Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Ann Alston, and I'm the Executive Director of Destination Achievers, and I would love to welcome you to the second annual Veterans BizUp Conference. This conference has been a long time coming. We have been struggling with COVID to try to get this to you with the hopes of us being in person. However, the impact will still be the same here virtually, and we have an abundance of information to share with you, your families, your friends, your co-workers, and whether you know someone that is a veteran or you're a veteran or military service member, this conference is designed to help bring resources to you and connect you with those people that matter in your life. So today we're going to have a really good time. I'm going to stop sharing my screen right now so everyone can see who I am. And I would love to start by thanking our corporate sponsors, Leidos, Capital One Bank, and M&T Bank, and a host of our presenters that are here representing various organizations in business, career, and health. And we would love to do that. And we're going to start the day off by introducing Adam Engelman from Leidos. Leidos has actually sponsored us for the second time, and I really am appreciative of Leidos supporting this cause to help our veteran community and destination achievers. And so Adam Engelman is the chair of the Employee Resource Group of the Military Alliance Group of Leidos. And he is going to get on here and share with you some information about Leidos and their program. And please feel free to put your questions in the chat window if you have some questions. We will open it up for Q&A. And immediately after that, we're going to have our keynote speaker, Dr. Xavier Bruce, who's going to pump us up for all the information that you're going to get today. And we're just really excited. And please do share this live link. It is free and open. So please make sure you share it with your friends. For those who want to join, we would love to have them here. And I am going to now turn this over to Adam Engelman, who's going to share some information about Leidos.
Thank you, Ann. Let me share my screen. Great. Hope you can see that. Okay. Thank you, Ann. And Leidos is proud to be a sponsor for your event. Thanks for your leadership and putting this together through the challenges that present us today and for the past year and a half or so. A lot of great information in here that I'm sure you'll go over for people tuning in today. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of information about Leidos and who I am and what we're doing for veteran causes that tie in very nicely with Destination Achievers and the Veterans BizUp Conference. So let's see if I can advance my slides here. So a little bit about Leidos. We're about 34,000 employees. We branched away from SAIC, I guess about 6 or 7 years ago. But the slide I'm showing you here is something we're very proud of. You know, for the 6th consecutive year, we're a military spouse-friendly employer. For the 8th consecutive year, we're a Military Times Best for Vets employer. And 8th consecutive year, a Military Friendly Employer Silver Award. So all that to say is we are proactive in helping veterans and military spouses transition from a military career to a civilian career. Directly by bringing them on board here with the different missions we have. Within Leidos, like a lot of companies, they have employee resource groups. One of our employee resource groups is the Military Alliance Group, which I happen to chair. I took that position at the beginning of this year. if you can see my slide there, there's some information on the MAG mission statement. A couple things I just wanted to highlight, and these are things we stress as we progress through, a given year and what we want to do with our time. And by the way, this, with ERGs, that's voluntary work. Like Leidos employees who want to join a cause that's bigger than themselves and do it off the clock, but also, join a subset of Leidos employees to to bond together and to do events that can help others. We champion efforts to support transitioning military members and their spouses. We also increase awareness and make a positive impact on veteran issues to provide information on things like post-traumatic stress disorder and TBI, to get that information out in the front, to let people know where they can go for resources to learn more about those topics we present. We recently did a panel and had the Gary Sinise Foundation talk about their efforts in research and outreach that they do when it comes to TBI and PTSD, and we're proud of that. And that's what is shown on this slide, a few things we've done with supporting Gallant Few. If you're from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, that may be familiar to you. If you're not, look them up. They do a lot. They're a nonprofit. They do a lot for transitioning military members as well. Gary Sinise Foundation, the Avalon Network. If you're not familiar with the Avalon Network, you can look that up. That is a very positive force to provide care, medical care to veterans who are suffering from PTSD and TBI. And then Musicians on Call. I tell you, I like this one. They have a lot of musicians in their Rolodex who do live and recorded music that that Musicians on Call will do in-person visits to hospitals, to include VA hospitals, and to help people that need a bit of uplifting. And so that's a snapshot of things we're doing as a MAG to support veterans and spouses. And then I want to focus in on Leidos' partnership with American Corporate Partners. So American Corporate Partners, their mission is to help transitioning veterans and military spouses. I think it's been 2 years now since they added military spouses, and rightfully so. They are focused on the spouses as well. Veterans get a lot of support. Military spouses go through the same thing the veterans do when it comes to the challenges of having a career in a military lifestyle. And so when that military lifestyle ends and you go to a civilian, you're transitioning to a civilian career, their support for military spouses. A lot of companies represent here that American Corporate Partners partners with, and Leidos is one of them. And here's a little bit of their success story. Over the last 10 plus years, 20,000 veterans have completed the mentoring program. 2,600 have completed it just last year, and almost 2,000 have obtained jobs through the mentoring program. And currently they have 4,200 veterans and spouses that are in this formal mentorship program. And this next slide will show, although a little bit smaller, so I apologize for that, but you'll be able to pull this information up. I think Anne's going to post it. On the right side, it shows the Leidos impact. So this is something we focus on as a MAG because we are trying to bring people into the mentoring program. So since 2019, 27 veterans have obtained employment, 97 have received mentorship from our mentors. So this is something we are constantly trying to improve upon. And at the bottom banner there is the ACP website. So if any of this, if you're there looking for resources and looking for information to help you make that transition, please visit that website. Believe that might be my last slide. So I just wanted to finish up by, I've seen the lineup that Anne's put together for you. It's packed. Just today, navigating through difficult times, funding your dreams. Those are two I'm going to certainly tune into, not to mention the keynote speaker coming up. So, I hope this is helpful for you. I think it will be. And please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions about Leidos or ACP. You can certainly go to ACP Direct, but feel free to reach out to me. I wish you the best in your transition, if that's what you're up against, or if you're just transitioning to a different job. I believe you're going to find a lot of information here for you. So thanks again to Anne for reaching out to us. We're proud to be sponsoring this, and all the success in the next 3 days, Anne.
Thank you so much, Adam, for your kind words and showing everyone what Leidos is capable of in terms of career development for veterans. And I did put in the chat window for anyone who's interested, if you would like a copy of the presenter handouts that are going to be for the next few sessions, including the next 2 days, please send us an email, and we will also give you a copy of our first veterans resource directory, which is a directory of organizations, not just here in Maryland, but in other states, that will provide information to those who are veterans. So if you're interested in that, if you register with your email, you will certainly receive that. If you're just joining the live link, please send us an email. We'd be happy to share this information with you. Thank you so much. So now we're going to have our keynote speaker, Dr. Xavier Bruce, who's going to give us some words and get us ramped up for the rest of the day. Take it away, Xavier.
All right, great day in the morning. Can you all hear me? All right, I don't know when the last time you all heard that. Great day in the morning. All right, so off the rip, I want to thank Anne, and I would love for all of us to give her a round of applause for pulling this together, this event that is so needed in the veteran community right now. So thanks, Anne, for pulling this together. It is going to be outstanding. What an excellent opportunity to get some, what I like to call good groceries, food for thought or food for the soul, for our everyday lives and for our businesses. And I'd like to start off with a poem by Edgar Albert Guest, who often presented a deeply sentimental view of everyday life. And this is a poem I had to learn while pledging Omega Psi Phi fraternity, and it's called See It Through. It goes, when you're up against a trouble, meet it squarely face to face. Lift your chin, set your shoulders, plant your feet, and take a brace. When it's vain to try to dodge it, do the best that you can do. You may fail, but you may conquer. See it through. Black may be the clouds about you, and your future may seem grim, but don't let your nerve desert you. Keep yourself in fighting trim. If the worst is bound to happen in spite of all that you can do, running from it will not save you. See it through. Even hope may seem but futile when with troubles you're beset, but remember, you're facing just what other men and women have met. You may fail, but fall still fighting. Don't give up whatever you do. Eyes front, head high to the finish, see it through. You see, as a veteran and entrepreneur, I understand what it's like to be where you are right now, before and after the threshold of retirement or separation, and trying to run your own business. You're trying to be an entrepreneur at this point. And I've always had the passion to maximize the potential of others in spite of any limiting beliefs that they may have. And we'll talk about limiting beliefs here soon. Now, this all sounds personal because it is. As an active duty officer, I was dealing with several stressful situations all at once. I remember being in Kandahar, Afghanistan, dealing with a rocky first marriage, struggling to try to finish up my dissertation, and dealing with rocket attacks at the same damn time. And all with no practical guidance or mentorship on how to deal with them. Now, at this tumultuous time in my life, I turned to prayer and self-learning as a way to cope. Now, by delving into the practices of energetic self-perception and strategic influence theory, I constructed the self-development framework I now call strategic energetic transition. And this serves as the basis for my approach. Now, let's take a look at some ways to help you change the way you think, the way that you feel, and the way that you act when dealing with the stress and anxiety, and sometimes you may not want to admit to it, depression that you can face as an entrepreneur, especially in the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's learn how to respond, not react, with an evidence-based approach with concrete steps that you can act on. Most importantly, I want to help you realize your power in creating the life, the business that you want. And I want to teach you that you have what it takes to inspire, empower, and uplift your damn self. So here we go. You see, my goal, my vision is that there are no more underserved veterans. And what we veterans have to realize is that it's not too late to make some major changes in our lives so that we are no longer underserved. You see, who you are today is the sum total of every experience you've ever had. From the day you were born to the breakfast you ate this morning, every single thought, feeling, interaction, and emotion you've ever had fundamentally shapes the being that you are today. With that in mind, as a person, you are not set in stone. Your state of being is fluid, is malleable. The person you were and the actions you took in the past do not have to dictate your future. Instead of being chiseled from stone, you are actually sculpted from clay. And you have the choice and ability to remold yourself into more of what you want to be. I know you were in the military, you were at a certain rank, at a certain age and stage. Well, now as an entrepreneur, perhaps it's time to remold yourself, to reinvent yourself. Every moment in life gives you an opportunity to consider who you are and a chance to take action towards who you want to be. And this is why I helped charter the newest chapter of the National Association for Black Veterans. You see, NAVVETS was formed over 50 years ago to address the unfair practices and injustices that Black veterans were experiencing at the time. Today, Black veterans face higher rates of homelessness, unemployment, and incarceration, and are twice as likely to live in poverty. Unfortunately, some underserved veterans, not just Black, but other veterans of color, female veterans, LGBTQ, et cetera, put on a facade that we're squared away, that we're dressed right dressed, when that couldn't be further from the truth. And this prompted me to help start a 501c3 called Uplift Empowerment to address this facade. Now, over the next 3 days, I'm hoping that something you hear may empower and inspire you beyond military life. And you will hear from professionals on how to address problems associated with fitness, that chronic pain, that deconditioning, the weight management issues, awareness, the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns regarding veteran benefits. And the list goes down from F, the A, the C, the A, the D, and the E. And what I am specializing in is the E, the energetic self-perception that we as veterans have. And you'll see what that looks like as we move forward. So as we get deeper, let me ask you this. Are you set up for success or failure? Now you see the word "said" is highlighted because it's an acronym for strategic energetic transition. And as you all know, if it's not an acronym, it doesn't really exist in the military. So I need you maybe to write these down because they're going to be coming fast and furious here soon. Now, strategic energetic transition is a concept that I developed to help veterans, especially Black veterans, learn self-leadership skills through the critical analysis of their fail clutch of circumstance. And this phrase comes from another poem that I had to learn. And this poem is by William Ernest Henley. And you may want to look this up. It goes, out of the night that covers me, black is the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but I'm bowed. And I'll stop there because as a veteran entrepreneur, you feel like you are in a fell clutch of circumstance at times. You know, you're not getting those clients. People are ghosting you. People are not answering the phone calls. Meanwhile, you got bills coming in. You're finding out that you have more month than money. So as you can see in the infographic to the right, there's a process to identify the types of stress that mess up the way that you show up. And it helps you figure out how to go from victim to victory and find those uplifters in your life. So if you're not set up for success, the question is it a problem to solve or a fact to endure? Now, what does that question mean to you? And you can put it in the chat pod. Answer that question. It's a rhetorical question, but if you want, you can put it in the chat pod and we can address it. Now, what we're going to do now is, again, we're about to, I need you to put all your feet and arms in the ride because we're about to take off. I hope you're ready. So we're going to go to step one. Identify the energy block. A block is anything that restricts you, whether it is something external like money, time, or a natural disaster such as COVID-19, or internal beliefs and attitudes that you have about the world around you. Now, since the external often reflects the internal, it's really those internal blocks that are the ones holding us back 95% of the time. So what do these blocks look like? You see, usually we experience an energy block when faced with an activating event. An activating event is any event or experience, current, past, or anticipated. I read somewhere that we spend more than 50% of our lives either in the past or the future. Only 50% of our lives are spent in the present. So that speaks to mindfulness. But I just wanted to share that statistic with you. Now, as I mentioned, an activating event, or sometimes you may hear the word trigger. It triggers stress and anxiety, irrational beliefs, and other disruptive emotions. Some examples of activating events, they could include transitioning out of the military, deployment, a breakup or divorce, a large project, damage to your home or finances based on what's going on in the world today, a medical incident that disrupts your normal life, getting passed over, and the list goes on and on. Now, as we discussed before, energy blocks can mess up the way we show up at work and in life, at home, church, business, you name it. And they come to the forefront when we experience an activating event. So what I mean by mess up, and we're about to dig even deeper, because now we're going to break down each type of energy block. But because we don't have time to go through all six, we're just going to focus on the first one, mental, because every element, and this is a quote by a man by the name of CeeLo Green. He says, every element that exists in this universe was manifested from a thought first through the inner mind's eye of the unseen power in the sky gave birth to Mother Earth and all this worth to you and I. So we're going to focus on mental because everything starts with a thought. And one way to remember the different aspects of mental energy blocks is the acronym ALIBI, A-L-I-B-I. The first one is assumptions. These are things that we just know will or won't happen again. So as a veteran, you may think that, well, because it was easy for you to get the next job in the military, oh, it'll be the same way when I become a civilian. I'll tell you from personal experience, that has not been the case with me. Or you may think that because perhaps you didn't do so well in the military, maybe you separated after 4 or 5 years, you may have this assumption that I won't be able to do well as an entrepreneur on the outside as a civilian. Well, that's an assumption as well. So if you have this block, you might try to subconsciously sabotage your efforts or behave in a counterproductive way. Again, this could be subconsciously. Now, challenge a harmful assumption by asking yourself, you know what, just because this happened in the past, why does it have to happen again, whether it's good or bad? Okay, so that's the A in alibi. The next mental block is a limiting belief. Okay, more often than not, we accept limiting beliefs as true because we've learned it from someone or something else. For example, our family, the media, cultural narratives. Limiting beliefs holds us back from success, and we don't believe something is possible. We can sabotage ourselves. Like, for example, let's say you were trying to find a contract, or at one point you were trying to find a full-time job. And every time you go on USA Jobs and you fill out the application, you don't hear anything back, or you get a rejection letter. And then you put your resume or application in Indeed or LinkedIn Jobs, and you consistently get these rejection letters saying, hey, thanks for your interest, but basically we're going to go with someone else. So over time, you can have a limiting belief that, why should I even try? Or why should I even apply? So this is why some of us have decided to take the entrepreneurship route. Now, the I in alibi is an interpretation. When you make an interpretation, you decide that your viewpoint is the only one that's true. In reality, there are many that can be true. You see, your interpretations can shape your world, whether they are positive and open or negative and inflexible. I encourage you to challenge your interpretations by asking yourself, what is another way to look at this? Stand in the middle of it and look at issues panoramically and see what other possibilities may occur. Moving on to the B in alibi, cognitive bias. And there's other types of biases. There are the isms. Some of us may have some negative experiences with racism, but there's also sexism, there's ageism, there's classism, there's lookism. Some people may think that you look a certain way, so they may not either want to do business with you, or if you're looking for a business or a company to hire you, perhaps there's something about you that just doesn't look right to them. So that's something to consider as well. Now, you can challenge your inner biases by first becoming aware of them through mindfulness. There's that word again, mindfulness. And the I in alibi is that inner critic. That's that constant negative self-talk. It's this bombardment that you're not good enough, you're not smart enough. What are you thinking trying to start your own business? No one in your family has started their own business. You didn't do so well in high school or college. What are you thinking? You're not good enough. You're not smart enough. You're not financially savvy or tech savvy enough to succeed in this business that you're trying to get off the ground. Challenge your inner critic by giving it a name. I can give it a name like mine is ruckus. I'll call it ruckus because it causes ruckus in my mind when I have that negative self-talk saying, hey, X, how about you just get a lanyard and a badge and do the next 30 years as a contractor, or get a GS job versus trying to do this uplift energy coaching thing. And I'm sure you have some conversations inside your head that are somewhat similar. So again, we're not going to go through the entire mess up acronym, but this is the mental piece that is very, very important. Now we're going to move on to step 2 real quickly. And this is all about analyzing your energy level. You see, when I say uplift your damn self, I don't mean that literally or figuratively. I mean that energetically. You have to uplift yourself energetically in order for you to start taking responsibility for your actions, forgive yourself and others, and start cooperating. So you'll see what I'm talking about here real soon. You see, there are 2 types of energy. There's anabolic and catabolic. Catabolic energy is draining. It's destructive. In fact, this type of energy releases catabolic chemicals in your system, such as cortisol and adrenaline, which actually eats away at our cells. I don't know about you, but when stress manifests itself in my body, it shows up as acne. Now, some people's hair falls out. Some people have other issues that manifest itself in the body, but for me, it's acne, and I break out in sweats. So that's how it shows up in my life. But it's all starting with the mind. Now, anabolic energy is constructive. It's building. It's healing energy. So the question is, how do we raise our catabolic state of energy to an anabolic state of energy? And the first step is to become aware of the energy level that we currently resonate at. Okay, so under this framework, strategic energetic transition, and the first letters, again, of each of those words spells the word set. Are you set up for success or failure? Now, we use the term victory to identify and analyze our energy level. And this is the second out of 3 steps within strategic energetic transition. Now, at level 1, we feel like a victim, okay? You feel like a victim of circumstance. You know the phrase, an eye for an eye? Well, at level 1, we say things like, I lost an eye, woe is me. And the phrase in terms of winning and losing, at level 1, I lose. At level 2, the instigator. Now, most of our society resonate between levels 1 and 2. They're either sad or they're mad. They're either depressed or they're stressed. At level 1, you may want to do something to yourself, harmful. At level 2, you're ready to throat chop somebody. So that's the difference between levels 1 and level 2. At level 2, the phrase an eye for an eye, you say, you took my eye, I'll take yours. So in terms of winning and losing, you say, you know what, no, you lose. And again, as an entrepreneur, you go from sometimes being sad to being angry at your situation. And the idea is that you get up to level 3, at least level 3, where you're, again, taking at least 1% responsibility for things that are going on in your life. I know it's tough. I know it's like, wait, I'm not responsible. It is not my fault that this and that is happening in my life. Well, consider this. Perhaps you may have given someone the wrong impression that they can say and do these things to you. Or maybe on your resume, you did not tailor it to that position. Or in your business plan, you left out something that was critical that the people who were looking at hiring you, they decided that perhaps you weren't the best fit. Now, we're not going to go through all 7 of these. We're just going to go over the first 3. And this is showing you, again, that you want to be in levels 3 through 7, but most of our society is in levels 1 and 2. You want to escape levels 1 and 2 and move to at least level 3. But as long as you are resonating at a level above 3, then you make it a great day. You know, some people say, have a great day. No, you make it a great day. Now, the V. And again, we're just going through the V, the I, and the C in victory. As a victim, your core thoughts are, I'm stressed out, I'm frustrated, I'm disappointed that I'm not, getting enough business, that I'm not getting any traction, I'm depressed. I replay negative events in my head. Nobody cares about me. Now, advantages of level 1 is that you're able to protect yourself from harm because you're isolated, and you're able to receive attention and sympathy from others. Sometimes you may see posts on social media and you're like, wow, this person, they seem not to ever get a break. Well, that person is experiencing victim level energy, and they use that at times to receive energy and sympathy. Now, at level 2, instigator, your core thought is that I need to fight. I need to protect myself. I don't trust anybody. Few people meet my expectations. That's why sometimes you're in this business alone, because you can't get your spouse or your kids or your brother, your sister. They just don't meet your expectations. So you find yourself doing everything. You don't want to hire anyone to do it. So you're just trying to be everything to everyone. Now, advantages at level 2 is that sometimes your aggressive behavior can get a lot of things accomplished, and you can get some things done by yourself. Now, a disadvantage is that since motivation is from anger or fear, results are unsatisfactory or not sustainable. Again, the idea is to move to level 3, where you start taking responsibility for your feelings, you plan to make things better, and you easily put differences aside. Okay, advantages is that you don't allow other people to stand in the way of what you want. You're able to avoid or block or release negativity from others. And you know what, whether you want to admit it or not, sometimes this negativity, the naysayers, the negative energy, it comes from people who share your last name, who are under the same roof that you are. And this is because the ones that are closest to you may bring the most stress. People out there in the streets or at work, you can just be done with them, but sometimes it's the ones that are closest to you. And we're just going to move on to step 3. Again, that was 3. That was 1 through 3. There's 7 of those. But let's move on to step 3, our final step. And it is to make a command decision. Okay, because now that we know the pieces, now that we know what energy level that you may be resonating at, and the energy blocks that may be hindering your progress, we have the choice to start resonating at a higher level. And to do this, we must take action. Now, as we try to raise our energy level to at least level 3, there are what I call uplifters. And there's 2 types. There's energetic and there's practical support decisions. Okay, so we're going to quickly go through both of these types, because it's important to try to figure out which one do you want to use. Again, this is a command decision. In the military, we're taught to do this when perhaps the senior officer is out of commission or wants to delegate it to you. Well, when it comes to these command decisions, it is now time for you to figure out which one will work for this particular circumstance that you may be in. And this just kind of shows you the differences between the 2. Energetically, how can you, kind of get your spirits up? Practically, okay, what can I put in place? And that is where this conference is going to take us. You're going to listen to some professionals that are going to help you put some things in place, but there's also some professionals that will help you out energetically as well. And we're not going to go through each of these, but just realize that there are energetic support decisions such as upward appeal. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying before. When I say, hey, uplift your damn self. Okay, now that I have your attention, let me explain. This does not, what it doesn't mean is that you don't ask for help, that you that you don't pray about things anymore. That you, if you're on medication, okay, and you need to take that high blood pressure medication, okay, don't stop taking that. What this is saying is there are different elements that can help you. And it's not one thing that will be the silver bullet, but here are 8 for you to choose from. And these are energetic, but the next ones are practical, because sometimes we need outside help to support us in our command decisions. As you can see here, it goes from uplift transition coaching, which is me, but there are some professionals that you'll see in the next slide that will help you in some of these other areas. Get ready, get ready, get ready. Because you know what, we got, and I can't call them all out, but you got Dr. Brianna Gaynor, who's going to help you learn how to navigate through difficult times. You have Laura Pennington Briggs, who's going to help military spouses see how they can freelance. You got Tina Smith. Me and Tina, we go back to 1995 when we were at the Air Force Academy Prep School, B Squad. And she's going to show you how to fund your dreams. Dr. Dov Evans, I mean, he's going to explain how everyone is a boss. I heard this phrase before that everyone is a leader. So there's no question that you're a leader. The question is, how well do you lead? You got Valerie Alston. She's going to teach you how to select a path, a career path strategy. Dr. LaQuista Arena, she's going to school you on how to use your challenges as stepping stones to success. You got Shelley Rollins and Rita Bruce. They're going to help you amplify the possibilities during transition. I mean, and the list goes on and on. And I encourage you to attend as many of these sessions as your schedule allows. I know, you know, the way your bank account is set up, you may not be able to catch them all, but if you can catch as many as you can, I'm telling you, these will be some good groceries. As I said, good food for thought, good food for the soul. Absolutely. And I want to close out with another poem by Edgar Guest, and I'll let you get on with the conference. This poem is called "It Couldn't Be Done," but I tell you what, this one of my favorite poems. So it goes. Somebody said it couldn't be done, but he with a chuckle replied that maybe it couldn't, but maybe he would be one who wouldn't say so till he tried. So he buckled right in with a trace of a grin on his face. If he worried, he hid it. He started to sing as he tackled the thing that couldn't be done, and he did it. Somebody scoffed, "Oh, you never do that. At least no one ever has done it." But he took off his coat and he took off his hat, and the first thing we knew, he'd begun it. With a lift of his chin and a bit of a grin, without any doubting or quit it, he started to sing as he tackled the thing that couldn't be done, and he did it. And there are thousands to tell you it cannot be done. There are thousands to prophesy failure. There are thousands to point out to you one by one the dangers that wait to assail you. But just buckle in with a bit of a grin. Just take off your coat and go to it. Just start in to sing as you tackle the thing that cannot be done, and you do it. Again, I'm Dr. X with Uplift Energy Coaching. Learn how to inspire, empower, and uplift your damn self. Over.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. X. I hope everybody really enjoyed his keynote speech. This is a great time to ask questions. You can actually take yourself off mute and ask your questions for Dr. X if you have any. And if you don't happen to have questions right now, please feel free to email me and I will pass your question on to Dr. X. He is always doing webinars, specifically one on early Saturday mornings that give people a chance to not only hear the information, but also participate in his his webinars. So if you would like to be part of that webinar, I will, if Dr. X, if you want to share your email address in the chat window, I will put it out to the public for everyone so that they can join your Saturday morning. And it's like really early in the morning. It's like 8 o'clock in the morning, but I have attended one of his webinars, and I have to say it's very impactful to the point that I really got involved in his webinars. So I would say that if you are interested in connecting with anyone here at the presentation at the top of the hour and in the chat, we will be reminding folks that there is a veterans resource directory that Destination Achievers have put together with everyone's contact, including organizations that we felt that wanted to be a part of this. And if you feel like you want to have your business a part of that, just please let me know if you're interested in participating in any of the Destination Achievers programs on our website to support a veteran or someone who is disabled or someone who is in need of career advice. Please make sure that you reach out and let everybody know that, let me know that that's what you want to do. Right now, if anyone has any questions, please do take yourself off mute and ask a question. If not, we're going to take a few-minute break, and we're going to come up with Dr. Brianna Gaynor, who's going to be talking about navigating through difficult times. So if you have a question, please feel free to ask it now.
Good morning, Anne. Oh, I'm sorry, Renee, go ahead. I apologize.
Provide your information in chat as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yes, I will definitely do that as well in the chat window.
Good morning, Anne and Dr. X. I have a question for you. So thank you so much for that presentation. There was several ahas that went off in my head as you were speaking. But my question to you is, what are two, or maybe one, effective way that you would silence those negative thoughts, right? Because we have those thoughts that run through our mind on a daily basis. But is there some sort of phrase that you say to yourself to kind of silence those doubting thoughts that run through our head? If you can kind of elaborate a little bit on that, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, great question. So we're always going to have these negative thoughts, but keep in mind that if these negative thoughts, if your inner critic was an actual human being and he or she said some of these things to you and was snarky and perhaps vulgar or whatever type of negative energy that they had, how would you treat that person? You would probably say, you know what, we're done. Thanks, but no thanks. But I can't be your friend if you're going to be like this. So if you can mentally separate that inner critic, and like I said earlier, name it something. Maybe not name it, an ex-husband or an ex-boyfriend or something like that, because that's just going to bring back negative memories. But name it. Find a interesting name to give it, and basically say, look, I hear your ruckus. I get it. And what you have to realize is that ruckus is trying to make sure you don't embarrass both of you all. And he's looking out for you. He's trying to make sure that you don't lose all your money, lose all your savings. And one thing you have to do is build a relationship with, in my case, ruckus, and say, look, I hear you. I understand. Thanks for bringing this to my attention. But we can't just be status quo. We have to at least try this. We have to at least, try to figure this out. It's no such thing as a perfect plan. You start out and you take a plan that might work and you make it work. So Jan, I would say separate it from yourself, maybe give it a name, realize that it's trying to make sure you don't embarrass both of you all, and figure out the best way to move forward.
Excellent. Okay, so we have a question from Johnny. His question is, what is the power of positive attitude?
Great question. The power of positive attitude is, well, first of all, I think that you have to be realistic. It's not about being positive all the time. Sometimes you have to be a bit critical and not just walk around saying that, okay, I'm just going to always see the silver lining in this thing, because it may be some things that may ruffle your feathers or the feathers of other people. But you have to, like, for example, level 3 energy, it's not necessarily positive energy. It's rejuvenating. It's you taking responsibility, forgiving yourself, and cooperating. That's not necessarily positive, but it's solution focused. So I would say, instead of looking at things as good, bad, negative, positive, look at things as problem focused and solution focused, and be more solution minded. I think that will get you further in an energetic and more practical sense than just thinking positive.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. So at this time, if you have any additional questions, please feel free to reach out to me and Dr. X with your questions, and definitely connect with him. We're going to take about 3 or 4 minutes to stretch your legs, and we're going to get ready for Dr. Brianna Gaynor, who's going to talk about navigating through difficult times. Okay, everybody, we're just going to go ahead and get started, and welcome back to the 2nd annual Veterans BizUp Conference. We are excited and pleased to have Dr. Brianna Gaynor here to talk about navigating through difficult times. And I'm pretty sure she's going to be sharing some really good information. And again, if you have any questions, please feel free to put it in the chat window. We will be monitoring questions, and you'll also have an opportunity to take yourself off mute to ask questions. Also, I want to encourage you to please share this information with your network so that folks can get it, whether they're veterans or not, so that we can have folks come in and really learn what is available to them. So not just this day, but all 3 days. And we appreciate everyone who is attending today and spending time out of their day to attend this event. So I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Brianna Gaynor.
All right, so today I want to talk to you about 3 peace of mind tips for navigating through difficult times. So let me just start by telling you a little bit about myself. I am a clinical psychologist for the past 10 years in Georgia, and I am the owner of Peace of Mind Psychological Services. One of the most important goals for me is to be a servant. So that is making sure that I'm serving and supporting the people that not only come to our office to receive our services, but the people who work for me. One of the most important things, though, is that I've had personal experience with mental health. And so I had a significant loss about 6 years ago, and I actually had to go through the process of counseling myself. It was very interesting to be on the other side, but it also helped me to see the healing of what I do every day and to really understand it from the other side. And so this is important because this is not only my purpose, but it's also personal. And so I hope that these tips that I have learned can help you in navigating through any difficult times. So let me just tell you a little bit about what I hope that you will get from today. The 3 steps are all starting with A's, so hopefully it'll make it a little easier for you to remember and identify them. I also want to discuss the impact of dealing with life struggles. So on children, based on their developmental level, it can really make a difference in what their needs are. I want to provide specific resources, because I can tell you what these things are, but if I don't give you what are some of the practical steps you can do, I'm not really serving you the best that I can. And then lastly, let's explore ways to assess our needs in all those areas so that we can know how to navigate. So why does this even matter? We all struggle. So it's really not if, but it's when. So it's really about being equipped with knowing how to deal with our struggles and really identifying a few different things. So struggles tend to occur both internally and externally. So internal is about all the things that are about you. So your emotions, your thoughts, your experiences. And external is really about all those things we can't control. So relationships, stressors, occupations, all those things that tend to kind of come out of nowhere and tend to impact us internally. So what I also want to say is I do have a lot of slides, so I will be going through some of them quickly, but this will be available to you, so you'll always have this information. So let's start with what these 3 A's are. The first is to acknowledge. The second is to ask. And the third is acceptance. So acknowledge is really about admitting that something is going on. So the first step to solving any problem is identifying what that problem is. But sometimes that's not as easy as we may think it is. So first, really being able to identify what the problem or conflict is, what makes it problematic, and how it's impacting you. Sometimes you may have the answer to one or two of these questions, or maybe none of them. So even starting backwards with identifying what's impacting, how your emotions are being impacted, what's happening maybe with your relationships or spiritually, and then working backwards to really identify what you're struggling with so that you can seek the help that you need. So the next is ask, which is pretty self-explanatory, right? It's a request. And so the first thing that we need to identify is what is it that we need? Once we figure out what the concern is, what do we need? And we need to name that thing. When we think about ask, though, it first starts with us. So what do I need that only I can provide myself? So what I have here is, what is your inner voice saying? So that's that. People call it different things. People call it their Holy Spirit. People call it their intuition. People call it their internal wisdom. But there is an inner voice that we all have that tells us when something doesn't feel right, we're not comfortable. Maybe we can't quite put our hands on it, but we've all had that experience. And I think that more times than not, when we ignore it, later on, we're like, I knew. So paying attention and trusting ourselves is really important in this process first, before we go outside of ourselves. And then, of course, the next thing is, who can provide the support that we need? What prevents us from asking for help? What have our past experiences have been? A lot of times there can be a thought that asking for help is a sign of weakness, that I need to be able to deal with things on my own, that if I can't, then that means that maybe there's something wrong with me. But the truth is, we ask for help in so many different ways. When we're sick, we go to the doctor. When it comes to tax time, we seek out a CPA. So why not also put in those same resources when it comes to our mental health, which is something that is so important and something that we carry with us every day. So then acceptance. Acceptance is about a consent to receive, but the important thing is understanding that there are some things we can't control. The outside, others' behaviors, whether or not asking is going to have a successful outcome. And so it's really important that we can embrace and accept the no. No's don't feel good. There can be a lot of apathy or frustration, wondering why I did that in the first place. But if we can accept the no, sometimes it can also open us up to different things. So really identifying who our tribe is, who the people are who are going to be there for us, who the people maybe aren't going to be there for us, and really figuring out how we have been able to be resilient in situations where we may never thought that we could deal with it. So a no is not necessarily a bad thing. And so what I want to do is to bring this point home. We're talking about the 3 A's, but I want to give you an example of kind of how all this kind of can go together. So I want to give you a case example that is based on my own life. So I started my own private practice about 7 years ago, and I went from being a worker to a leader, which was challenging. And so when I first started my business, it was just me. Everything was dependent on me, seeing clients, answering calls, all that stuff. And so when I started to grow and I had to hire someone, I struggled with relinquishing control. And me becoming a micromanager was not helping my admin to be able to do her job, and also impacted my ability. So the first step is I had to kind of learn to relinquish control. And then the perfect storm came. So there was some conflict between 2 of my admins, which, as you can imagine, was uncomfortable. Have you ever been in a place or a situation where you just can go in and the energy is just uncomfortable? You don't want to be there. You know something's not right. That's the way I started to feel in my own business. And I knew that that was something we needed to address. And then as we grew, my concern became, if there were payroll issues, would I be able to handle them? And then we had a therapist who was our highest grossing who left in the midst of a slow season. And also I decided I wanted to be a speaker. So there were all these things going on at once. So really, to kind of navigate this, I kind of had to go through these steps. So first, acknowledging what the issue was. So I needed a new therapist. I needed help with payroll. I also needed to find a speaking coach. The other thing is, when it came to those personalities between those two people, I had to figure out how to make sure that we could all have a conversation to come to some kind of resolution, because it wasn't good for the morale in the back end, but also for clients. Then I had to ask. So I had to figure out what I needed. I needed to put out an ad. I needed to talk about payroll options. I needed to work with a coach. So the last thing is that I had to accept that this was a process that I couldn't rush, that it took about 3 months for us to actually find a therapist. And I had to be okay with the fact that I couldn't push this process or make it any quicker. And I had to be okay with the extra support. And most importantly, recognizing that I'm not an expert in everything. And so with that being said, I needed to get a coach who could support me and help me. So the other thing I want to talk about is, I'm going to help us learn as adults how to manage these things, but also for our children, based on where they are developmentally, there's different needs that they have and different ways we can support them. So what I'll be talking about is different stages of development based on this development stage by Erik Erikson. And so this really addresses the areas in different stages and what we need in order to develop in a healthy way. So for instance, at the very bottom, you see trust and mistrust. So for an infant, it's really about them learning to have that connection and that bond, which develops a sense of trust in people. And when they don't, in instances such as neglect and abuse, it can lead to mistrust. So what I'm going to be talking about is some of the specific concerns for military children. So I'm going to first talk about preschoolers, and then we'll talk about school age and adolescents. So in this article, what the focus was some of the reactions that children whose parents have been deployed can tend to have when that parent is away from the home. So for this age, it's really about them learning how to initiate tasks and develop that sense of independence. So some of the common emotions that tended to come up, and you'll see this kind of across the board, but confusion, anger, and guilt. There was a lot of, some of the behaviors were clinging, irritability, really struggling with sleep or feeding, having difficulty being comforted. And most importantly, their need during this time was reassurance that they were cared for and safe. So even in a situation where maybe a parent is not deployed, for this age to really feel comfortable and confident in growing and learning, being reassured that they're cared for and they're safe is going to be really important overall. For school age children, starting at about age 8, when they're starting school, they really have a need for enjoyment of being able to master tasks. They're in that school age where they are really learning about themselves. They're comparing themselves to their school age peers, really learning how to be in school, how to complete things, how to be successful. And so some of the common emotions they tended to have when they had a deployed parent was increased sadness or worry, fear. There tended to be a lot of regression and just a huge desire for things to be back to normal. So for things to be the way that they were before. And so their biggest need was really about being able to express and have their emotions normalized. So again, for this age group, as they are mastering these tasks, being able to use their words and being able to know that they're being heard is extremely important to their development. And then for adolescents, as you can imagine, they're really in this space where they are needing to develop their identity and figure out who they are. So in these situations, they tended to struggle with anger and sadness and fear. There was a lot of acting out, apathy, trying to take charge of the family. So really kind of struggling with boundaries when it came to sometimes older children being placed to kind of babysit their younger siblings, but also tending to have blurred boundaries. So where they maybe started disciplining and started acting as a parent and really struggling and not being able to just enjoy the lack of responsibility that they have at this age. And so their needs were twofold. It was really about independence and respect. So really wanting their parents to respect if they didn't want school to know that their other parent was deployed. And really for parents to kind of pay attention to their functioning in school and with their friends. A lot of times with teens, if you see that there's a difference in their behavior, extreme frustration or irritability, they're hanging out with maybe peers that aren't the most positive, really paying attention to those signs and checking in with them to make sure that there isn't something else going on where they may need some additional support. And here are just some additional considerations. So continuing to have discussions about the deployed parent, creating opportunities for communication. It was really about keeping things as normal as possible. So keeping up a family routine, not changing rules, everything being the same, as close to what used to be as possible, which creates a sense of normalcy and safety. Encouraging older children to be able to have their own privacy and keep a diary. And this one is really important. I want to focus on really focusing on the things that they're watching, the media, violence, things that are related to maybe depictions of war. But a lot of those things that we see, we don't really recognize sometimes how impactful it is on our spirit, on our reactions, on our behaviors. So really kind of creating that safety net for children and for teens as well, in some of those things that may create some bigger emotional difficulties. And what also I have down here is a resource. It's called Operation Purple Camp, and it has some different activities for children who have a deployed parent, not only helping to normalize the situation, but also show them, as we all need to know sometimes, that we're not alone and other people are going through some of the same difficulties that they are. So I wanted to talk about children, but also it's important to talk about the spouse that's left behind. And so I found some research related to the impact of mental health and some of the barriers that can impact military wives from receiving treatment. And so what was found is that there was a lot of unaddressed mental health needs for this population, but some of the barriers were finding a counselor who understood military culture, developing trust, confidentiality, availability of appointments. And one of the biggest takeaways that I found in a lot of research was about the importance of a counselor understanding the unique experiences of military life, because that was one of the biggest, deterrents in seeking treatment or leaving treatment early, because this population did not feel understood. And so the other thing that's really important in therapy, in counseling, in seeking support is that you feel that this person not only can support you, but they have experience in working with your unique needs. So at the bottom of this page are 2 specific resources of mental health services that really cater and have specific experience in working with the military population. So again, I hope that this is helpful to you, and please feel free to pass it on to anyone who may benefit. And then, of course, let's talk about specific veterans. What are their unique needs when it comes to mental health? So some of these I'm going to go through a little quickly. So this is really just about all the services that are available in leaving military life. So vocational training. There's a VR&E support and service track for disabled veterans and helping them to be employed, independent living. There is also support for veteran-owned businesses. So not only the VA, but the SBA, the Small Business Association, has its own Office of Veterans Business Development. And then, of course, there's career management. So not only in helping you identify a job, but what jobs will work best based on your specific skill set. And then social training, so assimilating into non-military life. And then, of course, all the medical needs that can come with being in the military. But let's talk a little bit more specifically about the mental health programs. So what I found in the research is that 1 in 3 of patients really struggled with mental health concerns. The biggest mental health diagnoses that were identified for the veteran community were PTSD, depression, and substance use. But what was interesting is that what was found is there was a higher risk of suicidal ideation or risk of suicide for people who had depression versus PTSD, because with PTSD, there tended to be a sense of acceptance and understanding about how you felt and why you were struggling, versus with depression, it tended to be something that people struggled with a lot more, that wasn't as understood. And so there are a lot of resources out there. So specifically on the VA website, there is, on the different pages, there's a different review of symptoms for things like depression and PTSD. So if you are struggling emotionally, you're not quite sure what's going on, there's a list that can really help you identify what you may be struggling with. And then there's also some vignettes that are called In Veterans' Own Words. So what that is a YouTube video of a veteran who has struggled with some kind of mental illness, PTSD or depression, and they're talking not only about their symptoms, but some of the things that help them, which can also kind of help open the door. Because again, the most important thing is us being able to start to normalize some of these struggles, knowing that we're not alone and knowing that there's support out there. The other thing is that there are a lot of different levels of treatment, kind of based on what you're needing. So there's inpatient, outpatient, residential. But again, some of the barriers for treatment identified in the research was reluctance to seek treatment, sometimes not feeling understood, or just kind of the stigma of having a mental health illness or mental health struggles in general. And then the development of a substance use disorder, which, as you can imagine, would make it even more challenging to seek treatment. And what we found was that less than half of veterans tended to utilize VA-specific programs. So what that means is we really need to focus on having a lot of specific resources outside of the VA to really help with understanding the specific needs of veterans. So one of the things I also wanted to point out and just identify, because I want to give you information that will be helpful and things that may be important to look out for. So these are suicidal risk factors in veterans. This list is what the research has noted are some of the most common risk factors related to suicide risk. So the demographic factors are male, ages 18 to 44, and Caucasian. The diagnoses that tended to be most associated with suicidal risk were depression, bipolar disorder, heavy drinking. The medical concerns tended to be a chronic physical illness. Socially, there was tending to be a lack of support or income, and not having stable housing, and then the availability of a firearm. So these are the general risk factors, but let's talk more specifically about what that could look like in real life. So these would be some concerning factors that you want to pay attention to for yourself or someone you know. So hopelessness, depression, rage, acting recklessly or engaging in behaviors that one may not have done before without even thinking, a lot of impulsivity, increased substance use, withdrawal, giving away possessions, problem sleeping even more or less, changes in mood. This one is important just to mention, just listening to the conversation. So perceiving not having a reason for living or no purpose, talking about suicide, paying attention to some of the conversations and that person's expressed desire or lack of desire or motivation in life. And a lot of these things tend to be things that are drastically different from what you would expect. And then possession of a lethal weapon. So again, this does not mean that you have all of these, but seeing some of these changes may be indicative of someone having a specific mental health struggle or really needing to be assessed to see if they may need further hospitalization. And I will have a phone number if that concern is something that's going on with you or someone you love later on. So this is really just kind of a screening. So go back later if you are struggling, having some emotions that maybe you're struggling to understand. This is called the PHQ, and it really assesses depression. There are 9 questions. It is not the same as diagnosis, but this is a good start for if you're struggling to identify if maybe these things are significant enough that you may need some extra support. Because sometimes we can deal with things for so long that they just kind of feel normal. They feel like how we tend to function, and we don't always realize that maybe there's a bigger problem at hand. There is also the QPR. And so this is really an assessment to reduce suicidal behaviors, and it helps to train people in knowing what that looks like. And so the Q stands for question, then there's persuade, and then respond. There is an online assessment to be trained for specific veteran-related concerns, and this is the resource and the website that you can go to for that. All right, so what I said is I can tell you all these things, but I also kind of need to tell you how to deal with them. What do we do? So let's talk first about acknowledging. So of course we have to figure out what the issue is. And so sometimes when we're quiet and away from distractions, the answer is much clearer. So what I would recommend is that sometimes we just need to be quiet with ourselves so we can figure out how we're feeling. So some ways to do that can be meditation or journaling. These are some questions to start with for journaling. So kind of what's worrying me? If I could change one thing to improve these worries, what would it be? Mindfulness. Mindfulness is a term we hear a lot, but what it basically means and boils down to is being present. It can be really challenging in these times where we have so much going on to really focus on what's going on right here and to not think about the future or the past or what I have to do next. I am so guilty of that. And what I have to remind myself of, especially in this world that we have lived in for the past year and a half, is to be present in the moments with myself and with the people I love. So just focusing on the here and now. Deep breathing exercises, just helping to relax our body. And then talking with someone you trust. Now, someone you trust who is going to be able to listen, but also be willing to tell you the truth. That's really important as well. And so what I did is I gave you a meditation script, and I encourage you to go back and try this. The most important thing about meditation is no judgment. It can look however you need it to look. Don't judge yourself if you're not able to do it right off, if it maybe happens for 2 minutes, if you have a hard time, if you need noise, whatever it is. This is about you getting what you need. It doesn't have to look like what anyone else needs. All right, so with asking, internal, self-care, we hear that term a lot, but what am I needing specifically? Do I have good boundaries? So again, it has to start with us. What are the things that we can do for ourselves before we go outside of ourselves? What do I need to change in my schedule to support myself? And then the no. Some of us have a really hard time saying no, and some of us may say no too much. So really focusing on where you are, do you have a good balance with that? All these things can help to ensure that you are giving yourself what you need, which may be the answer. But here's a little self-care inventory. So this is something to kind of look at later. So it's really focusing on the physical, the cognitive, the emotional, really being able to check in with all these aspects of yourself to make sure that all these things are in place. Because sometimes it can be as simple or as complex as me getting myself in order. Because the truth is, if I am not well, I can't be well for everyone else. You know, when you get on the plane, they tell you, put the mask on yourself before you put it on everyone else. Why? Because if I can't breathe, I can't help you and you and you. Maybe if I put it on you first, I might get you before something happens to me. But it's really important for me to be whole so I can give of myself fully. Also, let's kind of look at the external. So what are the areas that I'm struggling that I could use help in? And as we talked about earlier, we do tend to seek help in different areas we may not think of. So is this a time where I need to talk to a friend? I need some support from my spouse. I need a counselor, or I need some help with my physical well-being. Who can I reach out to that maybe has a resource or a skill that I don't? Or even if I have the skill, maybe I don't have the capacity to do that for myself. So outsourcing that support could also be a way to take care of yourself. And then asking. So we talked a little earlier about the suicide risk factors. So this is also an assessment of whether or not some more significant help is needed. So this talks about what mild symptoms look like and what more severe symptoms look like, particularly when we talk about thoughts of harm or engaging in self-harm, having thoughts of suicide. That's when it's really important to seek professional help. So again, I wanted to give you some specific questions that may be helpful to ask, but also at the end of this picture, what you'll see is the suicide prevention helpline, and that is open 24 hours, 7 days a week. There is always someone there to answer, to support, and to kind of help assess further if there is some more help needed and to help guide you in the right direction. So please do not hesitate to use this phone number, to pass it on, and to know that for whatever you're struggling with, there is support out there. Sometimes it's just about knowing where to go, and I'm hoping that this can be helpful in putting you in on the right path. And finally, acceptance. So acceptance of who we are and avoiding the comparison trap, because you can only be the best version of you. You on your best day are just a pale comparison of someone else, because that's not who you're meant to be. So let's work on embracing who we are and what we give and what we need. And then again, we have to accept rejection. We often question, is it worth it and can we handle it? But if you think about your life, there have been things that you have been able to handle that you probably never thought you could. And you can with this too. So with acceptance, I also have this mantra that I think is really important for us to just pay attention to. And what it says is, I can only control me. While I can ask others for help, I will accept however they respond. I can deal with it, even if the worst happens, because you can. And so consider that, again, no is not the worst thing, because maybe the support will come in another way, or it's a way for you to start to see your own resilience and what you can bring to the table. Here are also some self-acceptance affirmations. Sometimes we feel we need validation from other people or support, which is important, but it has to start with us. So these are just a few things that we may need to hear. So feel free to go back and adjust this anyway, but sometimes we need to hear ourselves, affirm ourselves, to know that we can get through difficult times and we have the ability to do so either within ourselves or outside of ourselves. So let's talk about how we support our children. So when we're talking about acknowledging, the biggest thing is normalizing how they feel. It's okay to feel how you feel. And let's start there, because really starting to normalize emotions is extremely important in dealing with any difficult times. Sometimes when we try to push past it and avoid it and just keep moving, we're not honoring how we're feeling. And sometimes it tends to lead to a lot more behavioral difficulties or a lot more struggles along the way. Really encouraging opportunities to talk, to have privacy. And what we show is way more important than what we say, which kind of goes into the ask aspect. Again, really being able to ask for support and also showing your children how you deal with emotions, because they really pay attention a lot more to what you say, or they pay a lot more attention to what you do than what you say. So making sure that we're showing them it's okay to cry, it's okay to deal with emotions. These are some of the ways that we address this. These are some of the ways that we ask for help. These are some of the ways that we take care of ourselves. All those things make a huge difference in being open to asking for help. But the other piece of it is acceptance. And so again, that rejection piece is really challenging for all of us. So talking to children about disappointment, allowing them to experience that. So sometimes there are those natural consequences that just kind of need to happen to see. We've all lived life and made mistakes and kind of recognized that there are some mistakes, even if our parents or someone else told us it wasn't a good idea, we kind of needed to just kind of do it to see. And so sometimes that's just the way of life. We have to go through the process to really understand it. And then let's start to talk about how to deal with rejection, because rejection is a natural and normal part of life. And the more equipped we can feel to support our children, to talk to them about rejection, to allow them to hold that space, it will make a difference in helping them to be resilient adults who can deal with and navigate difficult times. And so the last thing is, we're talking about how to normalize emotions. Let's talk about how to check in with our kids about feelings. So I wanted to give a specific example of what that looks like. So first, helping them to label what they're feeling. So questions like, You're crying. Are you sad? Are you angry? You seem mad. How does your body feel? Are you hot? Does your stomach hurt? Are you shaky? Really helping them to not only connect the name of that emotion, but what that does in our body. A lot of emotions can create a lot of different reactions in our body. And the more connected we are with how we're feeling overall, the better we're able to label our emotions. The other piece of this is letting your feelings out. So what do we do with those emotions? A lot of times what can tend to happen for children is that they either hold their emotions in or it comes out. So it tends to come out, what I find is a lot in more behavioral reactions, frustration, acting out, because they don't have the vocabulary to really express how they feel. Or they hold it in, they can tend to have a lot of kind of physical symptoms. They can tend to be sad. It can lead to self-harm sometimes if not paid attention to. So really teaching them that not only can we identify how we feel, but let's do something to get it out. So yelling, exercising, screaming, taking time alone, all those things are helping to build these coping skills in children. And then finally, let's figure out how to deal with it. But let's not skip any steps. Let's talk about how we feel. Let's get it out. And then let's talk about a solution, because these are really kind of leading them or creating these healthy coping skills that are really going to support them throughout their life. Because truly, as adults, I don't remember learning how to cope as a child. I remember growing up and having to learn through trial and error. So let's set our kids up for success. Let's really teach them what to do. And so what that may look like is, it is absolutely okay to be angry. That is a normal emotion. But aggression is not okay. So let's talk about what are some things we can do. So some examples are, we can ask for help. We can talk about our feelings. We can apologize. But really helping them go through those problem-solving steps is going to be really important in helping them to think about how to solve conflict and also how to adjust when things are difficult. So that is the end of my presentation. I wanted to give some time for questions. So let me know if there's anything that I can explain a little further.
Yeah, I definitely have a question. I appreciate all the information. I don't think a lot of times we realize all the different areas in which being a deployed military, and coming back, being a veteran. I know my son had to go through the same thing with all the emotions and everything that you talked about. But what I would like to ask is, what is maybe the one thing that someone can do to break through to ask for help? Because that was one of his biggest issue, was he knew he needed help, and so did other family members who was in the military needed help, but for whatever reason they just felt like they did not need the help, because I guess maybe they're bred in the military to stand on their own, to be confident and figure out the problem. But what can a family member do to kind of help them through the process to get the help?
Well, I think things like this. So really helping to normalize mental health more than anything is huge. One of the things that I talked about earlier that I thought could probably be really, really helpful is that in your own words on the VA website, because it really is a veteran who has struggled with some mental illness talking about it openly. So the more we see people who are going through our same struggles, who we feel like can understand how hard this is, who are struggling, who are seeking help, who are feeling better, all those things make a huge difference. So I think as many of those experiences, as many of those examples that we can put in front of someone we love as possible, giving them the information is helpful. But I think the other thing that's also important is recognizing when to pull back. So we can plant a seed, but we don't know when that seed is going to flourish. So I can talk to you about needing help. I can give you this information, but I also have to respect you enough to give you the space to be ready for that. And so sometimes it's just also about planting the seed and allowing that person to take the time that they need so that they're eventually going to be ready for it.
Thank you for that answer. Does anybody else have a question? And if you do, please feel free to take yourself off mute to ask your questions. And if you don't have any right now, we could definitely, I'll have Dr. Gaynor put her contact information in the chat window. And I will make sure that everyone gets that. And also her contact information is going to be in the resource directory as well as all the other presenters. And any handouts that she has provided will also be in the link. So thank you for those who have requested it. If you're just joining us, we will be recording, or we are recording this session for everyone. And we do have a link for those who attend who would like to have a copy of this video, as well as the presenter handouts for those who submitted it, as well as our new veterans resource directory that we put together. If you're interested in participating in a future conference or to support any of our programs at Destination Achievers, please reach out to us at www.destinationachievers.org. And I still want to open it up for those who still have questions. So we'll open the floor. Okay. All right. So if you don't have any questions right now, what we're going to do is take a few minutes break, and we're going to come back and have Laura Pennington Briggs. She is going to be talking about freelancing for spouses, for veteran spouses, in her presentation. So we'll give everybody a few minutes, and also want to also thank again our corporate sponsors, Leidos, Capital One, and M&T Bank for supporting, and all of our organizations to support this. Also, one of the other things I want to let everybody know about Destination Achievers is that we are a 501c3 organization providing workforce development services to anyone in the Maryland and surrounding areas in the area of career, job assistance, mentoring, and just helping them achieve their goals. And we have been doing this for a couple of years now. We're still fairly young, and is always open to meeting and speaking with everyone who would love to work with us, and we would love to work with you here at Destination Achievers. And we appreciate everyone who has hung in there so far on day one of the Veterans BizUp conference. And just let me know via email if you have a service or a product or anything that you would like to share to our, not only just our veteran community, but anyone who is low income, seniors, anyone who can need your service. Please feel free to share that information. We'd love to have that. And if you would love to be part of the resource directory, you can also do that as well. So we're going to take a few minute break, and we're going to come right back at a little bit early at 11:45. And we're going to get right to Laura Pennington Briggs. I know she is very excited to share with you your information. And thank you so much, Dr. Brianna Gaynor, for sharing so much good information. We look forward to hearing even more in the next one. So stay tuned.
I am going to go ahead and get started here with my presentation. So thanks so much for coming to the conference. I know all of us are excited to see you. And did you want to go ahead and kick us off? I wasn't sure. So
nope, you're right on time. Thank you so much. I cannot wait to hear this part. I'm very excited.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks so much, everybody, for coming. This session is going to be all about freelancing, what that looks like, and why it's a good fit for military spouses, veteran spouses, and veterans. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story and kind of cover some of the real basics of freelancing, what it looks like, some of the pros and cons of doing it, how to get started. And then I left some time for some questions if anyone has concerns or things they would like to discuss specific to breaking into freelance work, either as a side hustle or transitioning into that as a career. So my name is Laura Briggs. I have been freelancing since 2012. I used to be a teacher in Baltimore and made the transition into working for myself, largely because my husband was active duty Navy at that time when we met. And I knew that being in a teaching career would present a lot of challenges as a military spouse. So since then, I've worked with over 400 different clients. I've given 2 TEDx talks on how freelancing is changing the economy and workforce. I host a weekly podcast with advanced advice for experienced freelancers, and I've helped over 15,000 people get started or scale their freelance business. And a big part of why I branched into remote, flexible work as a freelancer is because I had no idea when I met my husband how many times we would move. I knew we would move as a military career, but we just finished move number 9. Thankfully, he is a civilian now, and we're hoping that this is the last one for quite a while. But as a veteran or as a spouse, as someone who is a family member of a person who is in the military, that lifestyle sort of takes precedence over all the careers in that household. I found that freelancing was a great way to work flexibly, to work on my own terms. All I needed was Wi-Fi and my computer wherever we moved. So let's talk a little bit about some of the basics of what freelancing looks like today. Today, freelancing is a really broad term that can be used to describe a lot of different types of people in work arrangements. It's also known as doing independent contract work. So yes, technically someone driving for Uber or Lyft is a freelancer in that they are an independent contractor. They're not an employee of the company. Today, what I'll be talking about is digital freelancing, which is mostly for creatives and technical professionals who provide services to other business owners. As a freelancer, you determine what your schedule looks like and what full or part-time looks like for you. So the very first start of my freelance career, I held a day job. I was still working from 8:30 to 5 in Germantown, Maryland, and I did my freelance work at night and on the weekends. And so that was all that I had time for, being a student and also going to work during the day. And so for some people, they're happy doing 10 hours a week of freelance work, and others do it more full-time. I have been doing it full-time for most of my freelance career now. Only the first year was it really a true side hustle. So you determine what that looks like for you, which also makes it easier to set your hours and align when you do your work with when your body is most likely to be focused and excited and kind of on point on behalf of your clients. So my freelance story, I started in 2012. I literally Googled how to become a freelance writer. I didn't have any writing training. I did not even study communication, journalism, or English in college. I had a college professor who once told me that he thought I was a good writer, and that was the only thing I kind of jumped in with. Well, maybe this is a skill that I can improve and I can learn and get good at this. So I went full-time in 2013. I didn't quite know what I was getting into when I got started, and I managed it as a side hustle for a little over a year, working those nights and weekends, and then realized that it would afford me a lot more flexibility. And that's when my husband also got orders to Camp Lejeune. So we were moving from Maryland to North Carolina. So I knew it was really a great time to take my business to that full-time point and be ready for our next move. My business scaled to being a 6-figure revenue business in 2014 and has been that way ever since. A lot of that has been due to the demand in the need for online marketing services. So I do writing, project management, virtual assistant type work, a lot of digital marketing support. And that has grown exponentially as far as the demand. And of course, post-pandemic, that's not going to surprise anybody that those are still things that are in very high demand. So why is freelancing something that should be considered by people who are veterans, and especially if they are military spouses? The freedom is a big one. So I set my own hours and determine when I'm going to work on projects and how much I'm going to work on every single week. That has ebbed and flowed what I would consider to be, full-time or fully booked. And I find that to be true for a lot of the other military spouses I worked with. I'm going to share with you later in the presentation the nonprofit I work with, where we train military spouses how to break into freelancing. For them, we have them set their goals at the outset of working together. What would fully booked look like for you? Is this something where you're using it as a bridge to leave a traditional career? Are you looking to have this be a really great side hustle that you may decide to keep as a side hustle and stay in your job because you like your job? The great thing about freelancing is that what it looks like and what success looks like is different for every single person. And it's very hard to find another career or another business that affords you that much flexibility in being able to determine what it is that you want to do. Now, the flexibility as far as the hours is really helpful for military spouses in particular, who often have to arrange their entire lives and especially their professional career around their spouse. If the spouse is deployed or on training, or if they're moving to a remote or rural area where it's going to be difficult for them to work, you can kind of scale up or scale down how much work you do as a freelancer based on what your schedule looks like at that point in time. And so if you've recently added a new baby to the family, then you may be working fewer hours, but you can scale that up in the future if you chose to do that. The flexibility to work whenever and wherever is a huge one, especially for those military spouses or those veterans who are getting out of active duty and are looking for maybe something that's a little less rigid than the hours they had to report for their service. So flexibility means you can do the work whenever you want to. For most clients, they don't really care about when the work is done. They care about it being delivered by a certain date. So a client might tell me, hey, I really need you to finish this blog post, finish this website content by Friday close of business. That means I can decide to work on that project at 2 o'clock in the morning, at noon. It doesn't really matter to the client because it's all based around my schedule. And that works really well for families that need that additional level of flexibility. And of course, it's so hard for military spouses who are living in overseas locations or who are OCONUS. It's very hard for them to find positions. There's just so many fewer positions for remote work or ones that will accept OCONUS applicants, much less employees. And so freelancing is a great way to continue to work with US-based clients and have that work with your schedule no matter what time zone you're in. The work is deadline based, and so it does require knowing yourself really well and how long it might take you to do certain things, which is sort of an art and a science that you will learn on the job. And I always encourage new freelancers to make note of that as they are working on their first couple of projects. Well, about how long did it take me to produce this? And add that extra buffer time in there, because it is an adjustment period, right? And so twice I've gone from working in a full-time position, going back to managing my freelance business. Most recently, in the last couple of months, I took a full-time remote role with a client for a much of the last 2 years. I was working with them and running my freelance business. It was still a full-time venture, but it was kind of being managed in other ways. And both times those transitions were a little bit rocky to get back into working full-time as a freelancer, just because you have to be so mindful of meeting deadlines and not overbooking or overwhelming yourself. So most people are already familiar with some of the challenges that face military spouses when it comes to their careers. And this is why freelancing is becoming such a popular option. Self-employment, general business ownership, especially companies that can be run entirely online, are really, really appealing for military spouses because of those things I talked about earlier with the freedom and flexibility. Pre-COVID, the unemployment rate for military spouses was 22%. And there's also a major wage gap between military spouses and then their civilian counterparts as far as what they're earning when they do actually get a job. And of course, that is a big challenge because of the fact that military families move so often. Having many different positions on your resume can make you look like a job hopper. Companies should never discriminate against military families, but unfortunately many do, because they kind of look at a spouse's resume and go, oh, you're going to be gone in a year or 2 years. And so how long have you been here already? They don't want to make that investment. And so that means a lot of times that military spouses end up unemployed, or they end up underemployed. They end up in positions where they have a lot more skills and a lot more to bring to the table, but they needed a job to contribute towards their family, or they wanted that job too. And there's a big disconnect between what they have to offer and what they're being paid. And so those are just a few of the challenges that military spouses face. That's not even to dive into any of the ones associated with working in a professional career like education or as an attorney, where you have to get certification and you have to be reapproved in every state that you move to. They also face their own unique challenges. And this is why so many military spouses are looking for ways to make money remotely. They're looking to break into flexible and freedom-based work because there just aren't as many opportunities out there for them. And it's just very limiting. So let's talk about what it means to be an independent contractor and how that is different from working as an employee. As a freelancer, most of the clients that you work with, you're going to be a part-time contractor with them. It is possible to have a full-time independent contract gig with a client. It is very rare, and as a freelance coach, I often don't recommend it because having one client exposes the freelancer to a lot of risk. If that client goes out of business, just decides not to work with the freelancer anymore, independent contractors are not protected by the same laws that employees are. So it becomes very important for any freelancer running their business to be aware of putting the proper boundaries in place, making sure that they are really aware of some of the risks and challenges that they face being self-employed, to make sure they have great contracts, et cetera. So an employee, there's really specific definitions from the IRS about this. And this is a really important distinction because, as an employee, you get protections for things like workers' compensation insurance or violations of employment law. Those are sort of baked into the arrangement when you're working for someone as an employee. As an independent contractor, you're essentially being hired as an outside consultant or service provider. So the IRS uses really specific tests to determine whether or not someone's true work meets the grounds of being an employee versus an independent contractor. And you may have even seen some of the lawsuits in the last couple of years where the Uber drivers and some of the food delivery drivers have been arguing, hey, we're actually being paid as independent contractors, but we're kind of being treated like employees. And that's sort of unfolding in the court system. When you're an employee in general, the company should control the work that you do. So the company says, this is the work you're going to provide as part of this position. We've listed it in the job description. Maybe you revisit that job description on a regular basis with your employer. They also control the work environment. So they tell you, you need to report to this office to show up and do your work every day. Or if you're working remotely, you need to have a quiet home office with a separate door that closes. So, it can't be a corner of your kitchen or a closet or something like that. They're also going to control your schedule. They're going to tell you when you are expected to be online. Employers can do that. They can say, our business hours are 9 to 5, and we expect you to be available online or in the office between 9 to 5. Employers also will provide the equipment, or they should provide the equipment that the employee needs to do their job. So if a specific computer or printer or type of software is needed by that employee to do the regular course of their work that's in that job description, it falls to the employer to be able to provide that. Another huge difference between employee and independent contract work is that as an employee, of course, you get that paycheck that has those taxes withheld out of it, right? So the employer is essentially kind of taking care of that for you, which we'll talk about why that does not happen or how that does not happen with independent contractors. And at the end of the year, when you are an employee, you will receive a W-2 form that you use to fill out your taxes and determine whether you are eligible for a refund or to get money back. So this is different when you're an independent contractor. It is not the same paperwork. And it's possible that if you're side hustling as a freelancer, you might have both the W-2 and the paperwork that you would get for your freelance work. So an independent contractor works on their own schedule and time of their choosing. This means they may choose to only work part-time, they may work flexible hours, maybe they work 10 to 3. It's really up to them because they are a true self-employed business owner. Now, you often hear entrepreneurs talk about, well, I started a business to create my own hours, but it's certainly true that if you have a brick and mortar business or a restaurant, you still have to stick to standard hours when people would be out using that thing. That is not necessarily true for freelancers. You really get to decide what your hours are going to be and how you're going to structure your workday. So you own your schedule. You decide how much work you do or do not want to take on. You are self-employed when you are working as a freelancer. And so part of that is you do not get the benefits that are provided to employees. It's very, very rare for a company to offer benefits to an independent contractor. It might happen in some circumstances where the company is using the freelancer on a really high level basis and it's a significant contract, and they may make those benefits like a life insurance policy or disability or health insurance accessible to the freelancer, but 99% of the time that is not provided. And so I share this because it's important to know what you are and are not responsible for as a freelancer, because it does require some careful planning, especially if you do not have a spouse that has access to things like health insurance. So as an independent contractor, you're not entitled to benefits. And you do have to pay taxes out of your earnings. So this is a big mistake that I see many new freelancers make, is they say, well, my employer was paying me $25 an hour as my standard hourly rate, so I'm going to just charge $25 an hour. Well, as a freelancer, you also need to pay your own taxes out of that, the self-employment tax, to account for things like Social Security and Medicare, and it will be run through your business, right? Because the business earns the revenue, and then out of that business, you are paying yourself. So it's more of a complicated tax situation where you would need to have a CPA to help you find out what are those deductible expenses. Am I charging rates that are fair, given that I need to pay my business expenses, pay myself, and pay my taxes out of all of the dollars that I charge to my clients? So it's certainly possible to succeed knowing this. I just like to share it so that people are not caught off guard at the end of the year when they start getting their 1099s, which is the paperwork that you would receive as a freelancer. Your 1099 is different from a W-2 in that on that 1099 form, each of your clients that sends you one is just going to say, I paid John Smith $650 in all of 2021. And so those forms are sent to the IRS to let the IRS know, and then you're going to use them to do your personal taxes. What makes things a little complicated is that not every client knows they need to send you a 1099. And so it's really important to have good financial and accounting systems when you launch any business for yourself, but especially as a freelancer, so that you can check that at the end of the year. So when you get that 1099, you will use all of that information, of course, to say, okay, here's all the earnings from my business. Here's all the expenses for things that I had to pay to run my business, the cost of your domain name or website. Maybe you had to buy office equipment for your home office. There's all kinds of things that are deductible. And that's why, I'm not a CPA or a lawyer. So I strongly recommend that you hire both of those people when you get started. It will go a long way towards easing your concerns about breaking into business ownership, and they'll help you set up those really good systems from day one. That was a mistake that I made the first 6 months of freelancing. I started in the summer. I didn't realize that it was going to grow as much as it did. And I didn't know I was supposed to be doing things like paying quarterly estimated taxes or keeping receipts of every expense that I had for my business. And so it's much easier if you start off on the right foot by tracking all of those details and having those professionals in your corner to help you. So let's talk about the freelance process. How does it actually work where you can, start getting paid to do this work? So it all starts in some way or another with a pitch. That can be a pitch directly to a client. It can be a pitch on a job board, which I'll talk to you about that a little later. It can be a referral from another client. It all starts with some type of a conversation with the client about the services that you provide as a freelancer. That usually leads to a sales call or some type of conversation to discuss the project. This is a really important component. A lot of new freelancers would really prefer to skip over the sales call process because it's nerve-wracking and you're new and you're not quite sure what you know and don't know at that point. But the call is really where you learn from the client what it is they're looking for and if there's somebody you want to work with. This is also a new thing that's a big difference between being an employee and a freelancer. As a freelancer, you get to decide what projects you do and don't want to work on and which clients you do not want to work with. So the customer is not always right in the freelance world, and you can decide when a client appears to be too difficult, when the pay is too low, when you're just not interested in the subject material that you'd need to learn or interact with to complete the project. So that sales call is really important. It helps you charge fair rates. I will not give a quote to any of my clients until we have had the chance to have a phone call. And I even had one yesterday, 9 years into this, who pushed me on it and said over email, give me your rates. And I'm like, I don't know anything about this project. I can't give you my rates until we discuss what it is you want me to do. And then I'll take all my notes from that call and figure out the scope of it. I'll come up with a projected deadline and then my budget for it as well. That's the proposal that you send to a client post-call where you're telling them how you would approach the individual project. And then in an ideal world, the client signs that proposal and signs the contract and you get to work for them. You would kick off the project. You might need another call to clarify some details or to create a roadmap. It depends on how involved the project is or if it's an ongoing thing. And then, of course, you would turn in the deliverables that you've agreed to in your contract with that client. Make any revisions, which will be outlined in your contract itself. You know, how many rounds of revisions are you offering? What does that process look like? So as a writer, I turn in a lot of things in Google Docs, and my clients leave comments in the Google Doc about things they want changed. They may make editing changes directly in the document. And we've all agreed in advance to these different terms, right? So how many phone calls are they going to get? How many rounds of revision? As a writer, am I including any bells and whistles, like a commercially licensed picture they can use, or a snippet they can share on social media to link to the blog I am creating? And then you would close out the project and get paid to make sure you're all set with getting paid on that project. Now, a lot of my clients are on retainer, meaning that I work with that client on a monthly basis. One of my clients has had me on retainer for 8.5 years. I have a number of clients who are at the 5 or 6 year mark as well. That is the gold standard in the freelance world, is to not have to redo everything every single month and go find a new client. But it is also the way that most people get started. It's harder to get retainer clients when you're new and you don't have testimonials or lots of samples yet, or a lot of experience sort of selling yourself. But the goal is ultimately to transition into bigger or longer term projects so that you don't have to spend as much time marketing your business and trying to sell those services. So there's lots of different types of freelancers out there. And at the end of this, I'll share a link in the chat to a report I have, which is called the top 24 most profitable freelance side hustles. These are the ones that I see the demand for all the time. People are coming to me to ask for referrals. Our graduates from our nonprofit are getting placed with clients in these positions. So freelance writers is a big one. Digital copy, online website writing, email newsletter writing, landing page writing, social media. The opportunities are huge with freelance writing because there are so many people in need of digital content to run their business. And so you don't need to have formal training to break into this, but you do need to teach yourself some type of writing skill. So if you're a technical person, you might become a technical writer, or you might write white papers for software companies. I taught myself how to write for SEO, which is search engine optimization. That is how Google and other search engines rank pieces of content for where they will show up on a particular search. And learning that skill has led to a lot of really awesome contracts and long-term work. So you don't need to have been vetted in any way by being published anywhere or anything like that, but you will want to invest some time and energy into learning the right skills. Copy editors are also very popular. I would include proofreaders under this category as well. Just as we were talking about the volume of writing that any business needs today to be successful with their content marketing strategy, all of that material has to be reviewed, proofread, and looked over before it is published. So editors are popular. One of the easiest types of freelance work to break into is the virtual assistant world. This is doing things like data entry, research, managing an email inbox, managing a calendar, administrative tasks. If you've ever worked in an office or as an administrator, you probably have the skills to break into freelance VA work. Graphic designers, of course, this one has a little bit of a steeper learning curve to get started because you would need some type of graphic design skill in Adobe or in Canva, or some love of the visual arts there. Marketing experts, so just general knowledge of marketing strategies, helping companies create those and implement on those marketing strategies. Social media managers is another big one because of the volume of content that needs to go out on the part of a business to keep their company name and their company executives and leaders top of mind. That often requires somebody mapping out, what should we talk about on social media? What does that look like? What are we linking to? How many times are we referencing things, and what times of day are we sharing? Web design and web developers, these are more technical aspects of freelancing, but definitely are in demand for custom development on a website or rebranding somebody's website as well. And then another one that has a lot of potential right now is IT consulting. There are lots of jobs on some of the big freelance job boards for people who are experts in IT. And I bring that one up specifically because there are so many people in the military community who have done that as part of their position in the military. And so it's a really great skill to transition over as a freelancer. So what are the pros and cons of working freelance? What does this really look like? And what have I noticed in the differences between being an employee versus working for myself? So in my mind, the biggest benefits of going this route are the freedom to decide who you work with, when, what you do with them, getting to work at your own rate, right? Like when we apply for a job, an employer usually says the salary is between this range and this range, and that's what you're going to get paid, or the salary is set at this many dollars per hour. As a freelancer, you set your own rates. You raise those rates at the time and manner of your choosing. You also get to decide who you do and don't want to work with. So for me, one of my company policies is that I don't work with difficult people. And that's another reason why I do the sales call. I want to make sure that this person values freelancers, they value the skill of writing, that they're just nice to work with and respectful and pleasant to talk to. And so you can turn down working on projects that just don't light you up, or where it feels like the person is not aligned with your core business or personal values. Of course, there's downsides. You do have to chase your own paycheck, right? If I'm not marketing my business, if I am not out there talking to prospective clients, there is no income coming in. So not only could I not pay my business expenses, but I wouldn't be able to pay myself. And so there is no sit back and the clients just land in your lap. This is a very proactive type of business, very similar to sales, in that I have to go out and find those clients and I have to convince them that I am the right person to work with. Of course, we do have to pay the self-employment tax, which, everyone knows they have to pay taxes, but figuring out how to build that into their business is not always easy. And then you do have to manage multiple deadlines well. At any point in time, I have worked with anywhere from 5 to 12 freelance clients at once. And I have to keep all those plates spinning and know if a new client has a call with me today, I know they're going to ask me, what's my availability? And so I have to speak confidently and say, I know you want this delivered by next Tuesday. That's not possible with what I have on my plate. So it's great to be organized, but you have to manage all of those multiple deadlines well. Just being professional goes a long way in the freelance world. In some cases, it's more important than having the talent or the skills, because clients want to work with freelancers that they like. So the best sort of non-technical skills to have that I have seen people be successful with as freelancers, you must be a good communicator. You must be capable of telling someone, you haven't given me enough instructions, or this is unclear, or I think you're trying to change the scope of the contract and we need to walk that back. Of course, you need to be able to meet deadlines. So if you were the person in school who always did the work on group projects, I like to say you'll be really good as a freelancer, because meeting deadlines is free. It doesn't require any extra work from you. And as a freelancer, you often get some say in what those deadlines are. The ability to think strategically, because your clients may ask for your help above and beyond the physical deliverable that you are turning into them. And perhaps the most important is resilience and willingness to keep going when you hear the word no. You will hear no many, many times. You will hear people tell you, you are too cheap, you are too expensive, you're not experienced enough, you're too experienced. You will hear every reason why somebody doesn't want to work with you. And worse, there will be plenty of people who will never respond to you at all. So you could put together a beautiful pitch and package for why you're the right person to work with them, and it may go nowhere. And you have to be able to not take that personally and keep marketing your business anyways. And of course, because you'll be turning in work to your clients, you also need to be able to take and receive feedback well. When you are creating a logo, a social media campaign, a blog post, a website for somebody else, it isn't about you, it's about them. And so you have to be willing to hear their feedback and not take it personally and say, okay, I agree with this feedback, or based on my expertise, I think this might actually perform a little bit better. So what does the day of an actual freelancer work look like? A lot of it is spent marketing. As a new freelancer, you will spend 85% of your time marketing and pitching your business, and the rest of it on admin and doing client work. And the goal is to flip that so that you are doing not much marketing and mostly client work, so you get the most out of those sort of billable hours you're in the office. So marketing to clients includes things like sending pitches, submitting pitches on job boards, doing intake calls. Maybe you get clients through your website or through social media. And so that would fall under the category of marketing. Working on client projects is, of course, a big one. That's probably a good half to 2/3 of my day. Every day is working on client projects, reviewing instructions, creating drafts, making revisions, asking for more details, kind of coming up with the next iteration of what we're working on. And then you've got your admin work, such as sending invoices to clients, making sure your accounting software is capturing everything correctly, staying on top of your email inbox, and then mapping out your schedule. There's a lot of schedule management, obviously, because you are meeting multiple deadlines and you constantly need to be aware of your willingness and ability to work, but also other things like how much time do you have on your actual schedule. So what do you need to start freelancing? You need some type of area of focus. I would not start a business as a freelance bookkeeper and graphic designer and virtual assistant and proofreader all at once. It's very hard to land clients in all of those categories if clients feel like you're all over the place. So some type of area to start with, knowing that you can always change it. I am a huge fan of bootstrapping and keeping things simple when you get started. You'll need some type of work sample or ability to show that you know what you're talking about. Even if you're in an area where it's not easy to create samples, there's always ways around that. A great example is one of my newest clients hired me to help do the marketing for her book launch. And obviously I can't share a lot of things I've worked on for my other clients due to non-disclosure agreements. And it's hard to say what the finished product deliverable of a book launch is. So what I did is I made a Trello board with a 4-month calendar of what a book launch looks like for me and how I would plug a client into that. And that was the work sample that I sent her. And she loved it so much. She's like, we've got to figure out how to make one of these for me. So work samples are important. They show clients you know what you're talking about. You need a marketing plan and an excellent pitch. If every other piece of your business is in place, but the pitch is not good, you will never get the business off the ground. So having a solid pitch to present yourself to clients is key. Okay. So where to find freelance clients? I'm going to give you a couple of examples. A lot of job boards out there plug freelancers into positions where clients have posted the job. Upwork is the biggest freelance job marketplace in the world. It is also extremely competitive and very hard to get your first job. It's definitely possible, and we've had lots of our nonprofit graduates really build their careers on Upwork, but know that it is going to be somewhat of a hard road. It's a great place to do research, right? Because you can go and see what clients are actually posting on the job board to learn more about it. Freelancing females is great for women, and then there's flex jobs, and then one of my new favorites is results resourcing. Upwork and flex jobs far and away have the most freelance job gigs posted on their boards, but you're going to have to pay to access them. I feel like Upwork is $15 a month for the basic plan, and flex jobs you can usually find a coupon for, and it's like $50 for 6 months or for a year, something like that. But leverage the free parts of it before signing up for anything to see if it's something that even interests you, or if there are enough jobs posted there where there's demand for what you're offering. Results resourcing is free to sign up for, so you don't have to worry about that one. Most of my clients, my freelancers, are getting business using LinkedIn and cold pitching. That is definitely a more advanced marketing strategy because it requires writing really thoughtful pitches and doing excellent follow-up. But that is where the great clients are. That's where the retainers are. That's where the big projects are as well. And then occasionally you can find freelance jobs in Facebook groups as well. So before I take questions, I wanted to talk a little bit about Operation Freelance, which is a nonprofit that I run. We are a 501c3. We started in 2020. We were given a very generous grant from Upwork to take 20 military spouses through training on how to become freelancers. And so we teach veterans and military spouses how to break into freelance work. It is a completely free program. It is a completely virtual program. It is for military spouses, veterans, and military caregivers, anyone who's a caregiver to a disabled vet. If you're military affiliated in any way, you are eligible to apply. We help you pick a niche. We help you write your pitch, create your work samples. Our goal is to help you get your first client. We have had some rock star military spouses who have gone through this program in 90 days. We have had one who submitted her 2 weeks notice to her day job because she was making more money at the end of her freelance training with us. And so I just wanted to share that with you. If you do have questions or you want more information about how that program works or whether it's the right fit for you, you can reach out to my Director of Operations, Melissa, on the email on the screen, which is admin@thefreelancingcoach.com. So if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Yeah, we absolutely definitely have some questions, and I am going to turn it over to Janice Walker Emojo. She's going to actually post some of the great questions that we have, and you share so many interesting things. So I can't wait to hear your response.
Good afternoon, Laura. I've got to tell you, I was locked in from the minute you opened your mouth and started presenting. You know, I'm a true fan of entrepreneurs here in the state, and I absolutely loved your presentation. So I have a couple of questions for you. The first question, how does Laura ensure that throughout the editing and freelance process, the client does not take your initial drafted work and use it for their own purposes prior to payment? That's a good one.
Well, I think a lot of that goes to having the right terms in your contract. So particularly as a writer or like a social media manager, where you would be creating something that the client is going to use for their own purposes at the end, most of the time the contracts are going to say that the copyright transfers to the client after the last payment has been sent. And so I know a lot of designers, for example, who will put the word proof or sample or edit across their work so that it cannot be taken and used as a way to protect them. With writing, I've never done anything like that, and I've never had a client try to steal my work before it is approved, because technically, as long as you have that in your contract, I own the copyright to whatever piece I have created until the client has released the last payment. And so it's very rare for that work to be stolen. But let's say that you're working on a big project, like you're ghostwriting somebody's book. I would 100% break that project down into smaller milestones and say, I'll write chapter 1, and then you can pay me for chapter 1, right? And then you own chapter 1, right? And then we'll go to chapter 2, right? So build trust with your clients so that they feel really confident in your ability to do the work, but also so that you're protecting yourself. And you should never wait to get all of your payment at the end of a project, especially if it's a big project. So most freelancers I know ask for 25 to 50% of the project up front, where they ask for a deposit to allow them to start the work. So protect yourself with good payment terms. This is one thing where it is worth paying for a contract template for a freelancer or hiring a business lawyer to write your contract for you, and then break those projects down into smaller pieces so that there's less of a chance that someone could take this thing you've put a lot of work into and kind of run with it without honoring their obligations.
Thank you so much. And just a follow-up question to that, can you share a little bit the importance of having an NDA as a freelancer?
Yeah, as a freelancer, you probably are not going to be the one giving the NDA to the client. So a non-disclosure agreement, I mean, most people know what that means. It's very common with startup corporations or someone who is developing a patent, or they just don't want you to use information that you find out in the course of working together and share that with others, right? So I just signed a non-disclosure agreement yesterday with my new client working on her book launch, because of course she's me all the copies, all of her chapters 5 months before it's published, so that I can read it and create a marketing strategy. And so a non-disclosure agreement is given to you by the client when they're saying, hey, you're going to learn proprietary information. You're potentially going to learn information about my clients, about my business, about me personally, whatever it might be. And I'm asking that you not disclose that as part of it. One thing to keep in mind with NDAs, well, one, they're very common. And so it's not like someone's trying to take advantage of you. But the one thing I would potentially negotiate with NDAs is I might say, hey, I do a great job on this project, can I share it as a work sample? Or if you're not comfortable with me saying that I created this, are you willing to give me a testimonial at the end that just has your first name and last initial? So I'm a ghostwriter. My name is not on most of the pieces that I create. And so that's one way that I make sure that I get that social proof from my clients, even when I've signed an NDA of, hey, are you willing to leave me a testimonial on LinkedIn? Or are you, willing for me? Can I say, here's a sample of something I created? And some clients are okay with that and others are not, but it's a pretty standard document. Just read through it. Any document a client sends you, read through it. Every document is negotiable unless you're working with a Fortune 500 or a big company where their legal team is going to say, listen, this is boilerplate. We're not changing any terms in it. But most companies you'll work with will be small businesses.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So the next question. So if you're operating as a 1099 contractor, can you share a little bit about the pros and cons of hiring or delegating work to another 1099 contractor?
Yes, this is, I think this is chapter 3 of my book, 6-Figure Freelancer, and it's called Choose Your Model, Solo or Agency. This is largely a personality-based thing. If you want to grow your business and scale it as a freelancer, you can do it either way. So I do not outsource any of the writing work to other writers. That is due to I did that for a year and I really did not like managing other people. So it's a personality-based thing. Do you like being a manager? Creatives can be a little bit hard to keep on top of because you're not, as the one getting the clients, you're also responsible for those people turning in quality work, turning it in by a deadline, being professional. Some people are better at that than others. And so the other thing about running it as an agency model is you have to make sure you're charging enough money to pay yourself. So let's say I did hire another writer. I have to account for the fact that I have to train that person. I'm going to have to edit their work. If it takes me twice as long to edit their work, and if I didn't charge enough, I'm now at a net loss for that project because I still have to pay the writer for what they did, but I have to make sure it's good enough to go on to the client. So I would say it's really about your personality. A lot of freelancers I know are true solopreneurs. They say, I don't want to deal with anybody else except the clients. I know I'll get the work done. I know I'll do a good job and I'll meet my deadlines. And so that you can do it either way and you can run a very successful freelance business either way. And it's really just up to you and what your goals are.
I realized I muted myself. So I have, thank you for that. I have another question for you.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? It seems that we do have someone in the audience that would like to ask a question. So I'll pause my question. And Mike Reed, you had a question? If you can unmute yourself and ask your question, please.
Hi, can you guys see me?
Yes.
Hi, I don't have a question. I just wanted to say that was a fantastic presentation. No ums, no ahs, no pauses, smooth. I mean, I have nothing else to say. It was fabulous. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Oh, well, thank you. You made that easy. No difficult questions for me to answer. Thank you for your feedback too.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Mike. And if audience members have a question, please feel free to unmute yourself. We are in the Q&A phase of this webinar. My next question to you, you mentioned that during your presentation that you had to take a W-2 full-time job, right? And you also had your business on the side. What led you to make that decision? Because I think far too often, you know, when we're looking to grow our business, we're so focused on, you know, growing the business, but if the revenue is not there to support you at this time, you may have to seek alternatives. And it seemed that you did that, you know, taking the W-2 position. Can you talk a little bit more about that experience?
Yeah, so in my mind, there is no shame behind you doing whatever you need to do to make your dreams a reality. When I had my first W-2 job while I was freelancing back in 2012, I had no idea if this was a consistent venture. Was I going to make money every month? Were there seasons to freelancing? And maybe I'd do really well in September, but make no money in February. So I purposely stayed in my day job for an entire year because I wanted to see if I could repeat what I was doing and if I could bring in enough money to replace my day job income. The second time that I went to a W-2 position, I dialed my freelance business back down to a part-time side hustle. It was still a six-figure side hustle because I was really particular about the clients that I worked with, but I had a great opportunity to step into a role that was going to push and challenge me as a digital marketer. I got to learn Facebook ads from the team at Facebook. I got to host the #1 podcast in the legal industry. And so I saw a really awesome opportunity there to grow and stretch my skills. And so that's another thing to keep in mind too, right? Is that as a business owner, sometimes your journey has ups and downs. Sometimes it looks different. And what I really encourage for anyone new to freelancing is try this out, right? Like, don't go all in at first. Because this works so well as a flexible side hustle, you want to make sure you like it. You want to make sure you have the time to do it. You can always leave your day job in the future, but you will feel much more confident making that transition when you have some experience under your belt and you're not panicked about, oh no, I left my job. Now I need to create that money this month. Ideally, you're doing that after having worked as a freelancer for a while, and it will make it more, feel a lot more comfortable essentially saying, okay, I know I can generate money. I know my business makes money. And so I'm not jumping off into the great unknown.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Another question for you. How important is learning more about HR policies when being a freelancer and hiring others to do your work?
I think every business owner should be mindful of HR policies, because what I often see with a lot of the freelancers that I coach, they're experienced freelancers. So they're looking to scale to 6 figures. They're looking to cut their hours back to 20, 25 hours a week. 90% of what I coach them on is what I call client management. This is people pushing boundaries. This is clients who are trying to change the scope of the contract. This is clients who accidentally or intentionally are treating a freelancer like an employee. And, I mentioned that in the presentation. It's an important legal distinction for a reason. So I advise you to become an expert about it if you are hiring freelancers, so that you can know how to hire freelancers successfully. We don't think like your typical employee. And I think sometimes that catches employers off guard. Most employers have their traditional employees, and then they may work with some independent contractor freelancers on the side as well. Freelancers are, tend to be much more flexible, freedom-based. They maybe don't respond the exact same day because they're juggling 5 or 6 different client projects at a time. They'll turn things down if they don't think it's a fit for them. And so if you are hiring freelancers, just be mindful of, you can't tell them they need to be on call, for example. You can't say your reporting hours are 8 to 6 and I'm going to, make you buy and use your own computer, but I'm really going to treat you like an employee. I'm going to tell you everything you have to do in your job. So you have to walk those lines carefully. I would encourage all business owners, continue to watch these things as they unfold. It's still really unfolding in the courts, especially around our Uber drivers, independent contractors, our truck drivers who get paid on a 1099, contractors or employees. So educate yourself, work with an HR specialist. And if you're going to hire someone new, maybe sit down and say, let me make a list of my reasons why I think this is freelance or employee versus the other option. And that way you have some paperwork and documentation to sort of support your use case for that.
Great. Thank you so much for that. And the next question, how long did it take you to scale the business to get to the 6-figure number?
So my first goal, my first year in business, was to replace my day job income. That took about 4 months. That was a lot of hustling and hard work for sure. I never want people to think that that was like an overnight thing. I know that I sent at least 32 pitches before landing my first client. And then it was many, many more that were ignored or declined in that time. When I left my day job in July of 2013, I was able to triple my business revenue simply because I had more hours back. So within a year of leaving, I was able to scale that to being a consistent revenue business that was going to hit 6 figures. I really focus on what are my monthly retainers coming in, what is that volume at a time. So I've seen it be different for different people. I've seen people do it in a matter of a couple of months. It takes some people a couple of years. So there is no right or wrong answer there, but it will really depend on the service that you have to offer. Some services you can charge more for than others, and then how much time you have to dedicate to it.
And last question, in your line of work, are there any certifications that are required?
No certifications are required, but you don't need to go back to school, and there's lots of awesome certifications that you can get online, and many of them are free. So if you're interested in anything related to digital marketing, I encourage you to check out things like Hootsuite is a social media management company. They offer a free online training on on social media. HubSpot is an excellent resource. HubSpot has training on email marketing, content marketing, blogging, websites, general digital marketing. These are great certifications you can take for free, kind of make up for some of that experience you may or may not have from the traditional workplace. And they're awesome things to add onto your LinkedIn profile and to your freelancer profile as well. So they're a great starting point, because you can say, is this something that even interests me? Let me go try this free course first. And if I'm still really hooked at the end of the free course and feel confident that this is something I can do, I'm willing to give it a try. So there are no certifications that are required. There are certain ones based on your industry, like a freelance project manager who has a PMP, for example, can easily charge more than a freelance project manager who doesn't have a PMP. And that's pretty true in the workplace as well. So do your research. Like, let's say that you want to become a Facebook ad strategist. Facebook has a $150 program where you can take a course, you can become Facebook certified, you can use that to market yourself. But I would just Google best certifications for freelance and then insert your service area there. Most of the time you don't need them, but if you're not feeling confident in your skills, it's a great way to kind of beef those up.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate you taking time out of your day to share these best practices and tips on how to operate a freelance business. And with that being said, I'm going to turn it back over to Anne. Thank you so much.
I have a quick question.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
HubSpot. You mentioned HubSpot, and you mentioned another site right before that. I didn't quite catch the name of it.
Yes, it's called Hootsuite. I'm going to type it into the chat. It's a hoot like an owl, and then suite like a hotel suite. It's a social media management company, and they offer a free training on social media, essentially. And so it's a great place to get started. Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. Does anybody else would like to take themselves off mute and ask a question? This is a great time. Okay. I do have one last question for you, Laura. I know you've been answering a lot so far.
That's
so
okay.
With your program, specifically with your program, are you focused on one type of freelance career, or are you helping them with a variation of different freelance careers that people may want to have more information about?
Yeah, so I would say the majority of people who come through our program are aspiring virtual assistants, editors, or writers. That being said, one of our most successful graduates is a user experience designer who is currently in Germany, where her husband is stationed, and does that freelance and completely replaced her day job income. So we work with a lot of military spouses, and what we do in the program is we take you through an exercise where we go through your resume, we go through your passions, your interests, we go through what you think you might be good at as a freelancer, and we help you find a good fit so that you can get started. So because we kind of vet everyone who comes through the program, we'll be upfront and tell you, hey, this is a good fit for us or not. Someone asked me the last round that she wanted to become a paid keynote speaker. And I said, well, that's really not what we do here. We're teaching people how to be creatives, like graphic designers, web designers, writers, that sort of thing. And so you can always ask. You can send that email to my assistant, that admin at the Freelancing Coach. That's Melissa. She's also a military spouse, and my director of operations, and we'll point you in the right direction. But we tend to work with a lot of writers and virtual assistants.
Okay, so excellent. Thank you for that. So everyone, please give a round of applause for Laura Briggs. She gave a pristine and very concise, informative, and I got a lot of adjectives there. I loved her presentation, because a lot of times you don't realize that you can use your skills as a freelance. And, you know, some people say side hustle, some people say full-time. It's all about how you use your options and your talent to supplement your income, fulfill whatever passion you have. And I am certainly a good fan of doing anything that you can use your talent for. So I really appreciate that. Next up, we're definitely going to be having some financial information. So we've already went through a couple of health information. We got a career track all set. And so we're going to be having Tina Smith come up soon. We're going to be taking probably a 10-minute. This will also give you time to, if you want to grab a sandwich real quick, if you would like to get a drink or get some coffee, stretch your legs. We're going to come back at 12:50, and we're going to be having Tina Smith. Now, Tina Smith is the owner of My Financial Tea, and she is going to be showing us how we can fund our dreams, giving us tips about finance, budgets, the whole 9 yards. She is such a smart young lady, and really happy and pleased to have her here. So stay tuned for that. Also want to share that Destination Achievers does also offer free career help for veterans if they want to have their resume looked at. We're also going to have another upcoming resume mastermind class, which we had right before the start of summer. And so if you would love to learn more about that, just let me know. And definitely if you have any services, again, that you would like to share that we can put on our website that you want folks to know about, please send that to me and I'll be happy to do that. Also want to thank everybody for hanging in there to this. I know this is a long day, but you know what? We're having such a great time together. And I hope you guys continue to stay. We do have a financial panel with M&T Bank, Capital One, Peak Financial Services, and Greenwood Capital Advisors, who will be coming on here and sharing information. We also have Kevin and Coleman, who's going to moderate this session and also raise questions to our financial panel.
Hello, everyone. We are back. I am super excited to be here with you today. So I just want to give everyone just a few seconds to get back on. I know that was a nice little break that we had, but it is time to get your dose of the financial tea, and I couldn't be more excited. I know you've been welcomed so many times already, but I again want to welcome you to the second annual Veterans BizUp Conference. Again, I could not be more excited to be here. As a veteran myself, I know how valuable your time is, and it is such an honor to be with my brothers and sisters in arms today. Listen, being a veteran has its own challenges. You've done business in an orderly way for quite a few years. And once you get out, it seems like everything is in absolute dysfunction. If you've been in the civilian sector as an employee for more than one day, then you already know that no one knows how to spell the word team correctly. Somehow they always try to put an I in there somewhere. Staying until the work is done is absolutely, it seems, non-existent for most working environments. So how do we as veterans deal with that? Well, if you're anything like me, you started your own business to show the right way on how to really do business right. However, did you know that statistics show that over 2.5 million small businesses are owned by veterans like you and me? Yet, statistics also show that only 20% of Americans are financially prepared to retire at age 65. So I want you to take a couple of seconds to think of you and your 4 closest friends. Only one of you will make it. I believe that if you are here, you are committed to being that one. Oh, I'm sorry, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Tina Smith, the Financial T. Master Sergeant Tina Smith, USAF, retired to be exact, being married to a retired Marine and being a mom of a high school sophomore. I am also the author of It's Your Turn, Walk Into Your Financial Purpose, and the president of the Financial T Coaching and Consulting Firm. Our website is thefinancialt.org. That is THEFINANCIALT.org. You can learn so much more about our mission there. But I want to,
Absolutely. So Tina, just real
yes,
quickly, do you happen to have any slides that you want to share, or, okay, just want to make sure, and I will share
thank you.
your links to the audience.
That'd be wonderful. And I thank you for asking that. I thought about having some slides, but I didn't want PowerPoint by death today. So I thought it'd be really cool to talk with everybody. They can actually see me and my face, but then also be able to know that they can connect with me right here, especially after this where we're doing Q&A. So I'm super excited to be here. So thank you again for having me, Anne, and thank you for asking the question. I decided to join the ranks of the financial advisor after 20 years, 1 month, and 26 days of military service. But I did this because it was really heartbreaking for me to see my brothers and sisters in arms leave the military after, you know, a 20-year plus career, or even through separation. And they had nothing to show for it. I couldn't believe the number of military personnel not only leaving the military, expecting to leave, but also unexpectedly. And yet they were not financially prepared in any way. Most of them were in debt, whether it be a car loan, no savings, no plan to replace their life insurance that they were about to leave behind once they left the military. They just left. And it was so heartbreaking for me that I had to do something about it. So now that I've been in the industry now for 7 years, the first 5 years of my industry, before I started my own firm, which again is the Financial T coaching and consulting firm, I worked for another company whose target audience were people just like you and me, military and military veterans. I decided to join that particular industry and that company specifically because the same company who welcomed me as a client as an E4 stationed at Grand Forks Air Force Base, North Dakota, if you're part of the Frozen Chosen, hello to you. But after my initial relationship with that organization, I never looked at my finances the same. And as retired 15 years after that, my husband and our then 7-year-old son agreed with me that it was time to go. But we were financially ready, and we have been preparing for that day for over a decade. Now, as a financial coach under my own firm, I teach others how to fund their dreams. And so I'm so excited to be here to share with you, veterans, how to fund your dreams as well. So let me share with you some secrets with you today. We must be financially ready for today, tomorrow, and beyond. I'll say it again, vets, today, tomorrow, and beyond. So veterans, let's start talking about today. You know, we started early in, childhood, sometimes, through high school, college, maybe, and we were always taught to save for a rainy day. So it's raining outside, folks, and hard. Those rainy days here, it's thunderstorming outside. And this time of uncertainty really brings us an opportunity to concentrate on saving for today. So let's examine what's been happening the last few years for all that matters. We found that federal employees are not as safe as far as employment security as many of us have thought. Sequestration, government shutdown, prevalent in the absolute worst of times. Some, unfortunately, did not get paid during that time that was taken from them at the job. And for those of you who may be contractors or know contractors that work with the federal government, those agencies might not have gotten paid at all. And then the longest year ever, during the last 18 months, I feel like it's still 2020, small businesses have collapsed, and some or many may never return. Now, with the situation that we have upon us, there have been some great opportunities for us to save for today. And I may pause here. If you have been negatively affected by the situation that our country finds ourselves in, I am sorry if you've been negatively affected. But I want to share with you and encourage you today that there are some opportunities that I've found even during these horrible times. So let's start using these situations that we find ourselves in an opportunity to start building. I know talking about money can be very difficult, especially when people may feel tight awaiting that next payday. Some of us can't even think about the future with what's going on with today. But here are a few things we can do and things that we can take care of expeditiously. Number one, that VA claim. Yeah, I said it. In my experience, I cannot even begin to tell you how many veterans have just accepted their low percentage VA rating. Sometimes the rating themselves they make me cringe. But then I start asking clients and others questions. And as I do, I find that they may have ailments seen and unseen they never even claimed. I always, always, always urge my clients, and now I'm urging you, to submit or resubmit that VA claim. So let me tell you my story. I retired in 2013, and then I filed the claim myself. That could be mistake number one. But I did get a decent percentage, so I was really proud of my percent. I felt like because I got a second check, then I made it. But after talking to other veterans, I found that I could actually re-engage because some of the ailments that I had while I was in the military and then transitioned out had actually gotten worse. Some even required subsequent surgery. And as I connected with another company to help me file my claim, I started to really understand the weight and magnitude of my seen and unseen ailments. So after talking with that company, I decided to file my intent to file through eBenefits ASAP. I also updated my dependents. I didn't realize that the first 5 or 6 years of getting this benefit, I hadn't even counted my dependents. And if you don't know, and this was news to me, so just in case it's news to you, this is even extra income that could start coming in per month because you have dependents or family members. So I finished my claim within the year. And then of course, the evaluations took a long time. And I mean a long time. COVID, as you know, shut hospitals, it seems, down to a skeleton crew. But that time did not count against me. It actually counted for me. So earlier this year, because again, I want to recap, I filed my intent to file. Within the year, I turned in all my documentation appropriately. So you have a year. After that, those evaluations and whatnot that come later on, that time doesn't count against you, it counts for you. So in my case, earlier this year, my percentage increased 20%. Now, I'm not done yet. I'm still having to reapply for some things, but I was back paid in March this year from September of 2019. Now that may sound like a long, long time, and I feel that it was. But then they also added extra pieces of compensation per month to boot. Thank you. Resubmitting your claim, I'm telling you, for an increased amount or increased percentage, it's an absolute must do. Please, 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 if you are not at 100% total and permanent disabled, according to the VA, I highly, highly, highly encourage you to resubmit your claim. And if you have not submitted your claim yet, please start filing your claim as soon as humanly possible. Again, even if you do your intent to file, you have 1 year, but make that decision today to do the intent to file. So there is one way we can save for today. But now there's another way too. And I want you to think about the things that you wanted to do before, things that you thought, could be beyond your wildest dreams. I want you to start dreaming again. When you do, you'll find that your budget will take a whole new meaning on its own. You will start to assign dollars to everyday life in which you don't want that dream to be deferred any longer. In fact, you can sometimes redirect those dollars to those things that might be limiting your dream. I want you to think about this for yourself. What happened to us to make us stop dreaming and believing? What is your dream? What I find most times is that money is the reason why we don't have it, or we feel like we can never achieve that dream in the future. But if we don't dream now, and time is our absolute best friend, if we don't dream now, we'll continue to live just for today, totally negating the tomorrow and the beyond goals. So this leads me to my third thing. And in my field, many of us find that debt is the main reason why we can't or we don't do whatever. If you're a homeowner paying on a mortgage, if you own a car and you're paying on that car note, the interest rates right now are at epic lows. And I'm talking about in a refinancing situation. Now, you may think this has nothing to do with saving for today, but it actually does. If the conditions are right, you may find that refinancing your home or your car may not only save you money as far as your monthly payments, but over the life of the loan, it could also save you in total interest charges. So while looking for these opportunities for refinancing, think about how much money you'll save per month. Now think where you can also divert that money. You can divert that to savings in which you can start to build, if you don't have this already, a 3 to 6 month worth of expenses in savings. So that if anything happens, look, like what we're dealing with now, and I feel like we're dealing with that again, longest year ever. But either way, you're able to do what you need to do, and you can have enough money in savings to help you get through these tough times. Also, when you refinance, whether your home or your car, there's normally about a 45-day lull between the start of the new loan and your first loan payment. What could we do with that? That could also help start to build for that months of savings, whether again, 3 to 6 months. And you can do that, immediately. So there's another way that you can start saving for today and start funding your dreams. So we've been staying home for the most part. I think the summer has allowed us to get out the house a little bit, but we might be back on lockdown soon. So don't be surprised. And I want to be, with you. I hate that we can't be together, but I'm glad we are home and staying safe. But as you think about the money that you didn't get to spend while we were on lockdown and maybe going back, think about money that you haven't had an opportunity to spend. Now think about that if, we're out and we're spending money, if we stayed home. Of course, barring Amazon, but if we stayed home, how much money could that really save us? So I want you to consider, as things are opening up and getting a little bit better, if we stayed home sometimes throughout this, then that could potentially allow you to save even more. So of course you can divert that money to a savings account. Now, of course, many of us, we've got credit cards, car loans, mortgage, personal loan, and even those family members who decide to add themselves into your monthly budget. We all have them. I want you to think about, though, for a moment, just think about for a moment, dream with me. Think about what life could be like if we didn't have that car loan payment, that credit card payment, that house note. Now, I recognize there are some advantages to having a mortgage, of course, from a taxes perspective, and I get that. However, it's so awesome. I'm speaking from personal experience. It's so awesome not to have any of those so we can truly prepare for tomorrow. So, veterans, let's talk about tomorrow. If you're already saving for tomorrow, congratulations. And I hope still that there may be something that I may say today that may optimize you on how you can save for tomorrow even better. But if you don't currently save for tomorrow, I'd like to share with you not only some hows, but some whys to save for tomorrow. So here's a group of hows to save for tomorrow, veterans. I know clients who, they're now clients of mine, but when we met, they were putting double-digit percentages into their 401k plan or the TSP or whatever employer-sponsored plan they have, but still saw no real growth. It's important that you have someone in your life to help you optimize these benefits that you already have so you can really work them without having to put more money into it. Now, a licensed professional would know that there's a real strategy to this, but you have to have that licensed professional in your life who knows how to educate you in this area. There's such an advantage here. If you have a 9 to 5, you have to put money in that system. But just putting money into the system is not enough. You know why? Because time is absolutely too precious for you not to be sure of what's going on in there. You can actually be proactive. If you have a job and you're an employee, then chances are your employer provides an employer-sponsored plan in which you're able to contribute some money directly from your check or directly from your income and transfer that to a retirement savings that your employer offers. And you can't even touch this money. That money is moved immediately. That means we can't mess it up. Chances are also that the employer may offer what's called a match, that is MATCH. And like if you're in the federal government, then you may know that the government may match you at a particular percentage because you're putting in a particular percentage. But if you don't participate at all, or if you only do a little bit, then you're obligating your employer to do that little bit too. So again, if you don't participate at all, or if you don't provide the contribution up to the level in which your employer will match you, you've done yourself a disservice and you're doing what us professionals would call leaving money on the table. So what happens is if your company matches you up to 6%, I'm going to use the federal government for an example, yet you only contribute 3 to your tomorrow, then you're only obligating your employer 3%. Remember, there's a match here. That means you got to do it and then they'll do it, but they're only going to do up to what you're doing, up to a particular percentage. So that means the other 3 that you could have been putting toward your plan that you could have gotten from your employer, you're now not getting that rather, because you didn't do your part. So let's put this in dollars, shall we? Let's say you're contributing $300 to your 401k. Your employer will then give you $300, but they could have matched to $600. But since you're not doing the $600, they're only going to give you what you are contributing to up to the maximum. So don't leave money on the table. Trust me, taking the steps that we talked about earlier to save for today will allow room in your budget to optimize this option right here. So I'm encouraging you to consider to do your part in finding more about what's going on in your employer-sponsored plan and do what you can to make your tomorrow better. Now, when I say tomorrow normally to us financial professionals mean 65 years of age, but I mean, we're talking about veterans here. So we're talking about go-getters. So that may be for you, your 50s, your 60s, your 70s. But the idea here is to make sure that when you stop working for someone else, you're financially ready and you don't have any financial worries. Okay, so here's another how. Some of you may decide to leave your employer before the age of retirement. Some of you may want to start your own business. Shoot, we're in a conference that most of you probably do own your own businesses. Some of you may be owning your businesses while having a full-time job, and that's okay. You may also just want to retire early altogether. As you may know, there may be some limitations to accessing those dollars if they're just in retirement funds. Okay, so there may be some other options to save for tomorrow by using other vehicles to accomplish this, still getting a long-term plan going. The bottom line again is to find a financial professional that you can talk to help you understand these vehicles for long-term planning. So bunch of hows, now let's talk about some whys. Why would you want to save for tomorrow before the retirement years? Well, I gave you a little hint a little earlier about your business. Let's say you have your own business and you see yourself expanding and scaling over the next 10 years. Wouldn't it be awesome that you could put a little money to the side now, so when you get to that time where you're ready to really scale and blow up, you've got some dollars that are readily available for you. You may not have to go borrow those funds. You may have some of those already. That way you can start funding your dream for having a larger company. Now, on the other side, I do know too many business owners who've recycled almost every penny back into their business. They focus so much on growing their business, they forget on the importance of growing their dollars for retirement. Well, what about maybe possibly becoming an investment property owner? Now, I've got some experience in this, and there is money, though, that you will have to put down upfront in order to invest in real estate property. So there might be some veterans in here that says, oh, I might be able to use my VA loan. Not if you're buying an investment property upfront. There may be some things to where you can use the new property as your new primary home and you can finagle it that way. But if you're going into the relationship with this is a real estate property investment and you're never planning to live in there, you're going to have to put, in some cases, 20, 25% down upfront. And trust me when I say your credit will be raked over the coals, over open flames. Trust me. So starting now will help you get to that goal of elevating your finances. And I'm going to tell you from personal experience, I mean, there's some tax benefits that could go along with being an investment property owner. And it's so important for you to understand those rules. We don't have time to go over that today, but it's so important to understand those benefits that come along with being an investment property owner. Not only, benefits for today, but for tomorrow. Here, let me give you my story. Here's a case in point. My husband and I decided to purchase a property. I think this was 2016. Let me give you a quick overview on how these things could help you fund your dreams, fund your tomorrow, fund your beyond. So we decided to purchase an investment property in 2016. 2019 comes and we sell said property. Two things happened. Number one, we were able to walk away with the profit completely in hand without a tax implication because our profit was less than, whether it be $250,000 if you're single or $500,000 if you're a married couple. And of course, in our case, we're married, we filed jointly. We're able to take that whole amount and do whatever we wanted to do with it. In 3 years' time, it was such a return. We were just so excited about the money that we closed and received on. But then there's the other side of this. So later, when we filed our taxes in 2020 or 2019, we found that because this investment property was an investment property from the beginning and we had it for at least 2 years, we found that the mortgage that we paid off for that investment property counted as a loss to our income. So just imagine paying in this area, let's say a $300,000 investment property, paying that mortgage off. And if you don't make $300,000 that year, then the IRS says you made zero money. And so there might be some tax benefits that go along with that. Now, please go and see your CPA before implementing any of these strategies. But I wanted to let you know that this is absolutely an opportunity, especially for us veterans, to make sure that we are really leveling up and funding our dreams, funding our future, funding our legacy, which will be the next thing that we talk about. But in the meantime, I recognize that, some of us, namely me, I'll just pick on me. Some of us want to even go, again, we're talking about why. Some of us want to go on an extravagant vacation when we turn a particular age in life. So I plan on going overseas real deep at age 50. So I only got a few years to go. But I recognize that this kind of trip will be quite costly. So being able to put a little bit of money away for that time is something that's absolutely ideal so I can experience that dream later. Listen, there's going to be one day I'm not going to be the financial tea anymore. In fact, I'm going to be on somebody's island sipping sweet tea. That's where I'm going to be. And so there's going to be a point in time where I'm not doing anything anymore at all. And I want to be able to enjoy. So this is an opportunity for me to share with you that you can start considering putting away small amounts of money to be prepared to fund your dreams for tomorrow. Now, back to the stats. Did you know that 80% of retirees depend upon Social Security as their main source of income? That doesn't sound appealing to me. And I hope that doesn't sound appealing to you. So if you have today squared away, you can start implementing your plan for tomorrow, and then you'll be able to start focusing on the beyond. So veterans, let's talk about the beyond. Again, like I said just a hair earlier, leaving a legacy is very important. It's very important to me and my husband for us to leave a legacy to our son. I find that legacy leaving is very important to many people, and I'm proud to run a firm that advise people on the exact ways on how they can do that. One of the most efficient and effective ways to leave a legacy is through life insurance. Don't tune me out here. I don't sell life insurance anymore. You don't have to worry about this. There are no products coming, I promise you. But because I've sold it in the past, that means I'm very educated on life insurance. And so I want to share with you some tips about life insurance. Primarily, there are two kinds. There's a temporary and a permanent kind. Now, I may have both. Everyone don't feel like both is necessary, and that's okay. But I do encourage you to speak with a licensed professional that you can trust, that you can talk to about your specific needs. Now, first of all, life insurance is a tax-free benefit to your loved ones or to your family. Did I say tax-free? Because I meant to say tax-free. Okay, so here are some reasons why I have temporary insurance. Number one, it's inexpensive. I can get hundreds of thousands of dollars of coverage with not spending a whole lot of money. Now, the reason why I have that is because that covered at the time when I got this insurance, that covered our mortgage, that covered other debts. It may cover, credit cards for you. It may cover whatever, but then it also can help with a lump sum of income. Because think about it, when you pass away, your family now has one less income to deal with. So temporary insurance, of course, will only last for some time. So you can get temporary insurance 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. But after that particular period of time expires, I have a few choices. I can allow the policy to expire altogether. That's choice number one. Choice number two, I can accept a new and increased monthly premium to still have the same coverage. Tina, what does that really mean? Let's say I have $1 million policy that I bought 30 years ago. Today, my policy for $1 million expired. Now, 30 years ago, super young, 30 years younger, right? And so the premium was very inexpensive. 30 years later, might not be as expensive. They're going to send a letter and offer you the same coverage for another period of time. But that may be now a lot more expensive, because think about this. You're not as healthy, you're not as young as you once were. So you can try that option. Or the third option, though, is you can try to get another insurance policy by a new application. Now, again, you're older, you're less healthy. Your premium may be bound to be extremely high. And what I've found is sometimes these last two options either allow them to offer you the same coverage, for a higher premium, or go reapply. Sometimes those options are so expensive, you can't afford to keep those anymore. So this leads me to why I have permanent insurance. Now, the objective for this insurance is for that policy to expire when I expire, not before I expire. I mean, a lot of people have temporary insurance that only lasts for a particular amount of time. And statistics show here, I'm a stat girl, you have to forgive me, but 97% of individuals who purchase temporary insurance outlive their policies, and not everyone gets to experience benefits from those policies. So in some cases, those are dollars that you may feel like may be wasted away because you weren't able to use those benefits. So then here comes the permanent piece, right? So the idea again is for that insurance to expire when I expire, not before I expire. And then that tax-free benefit can go to my family in the event of my death, whenever that is. So there's another way to save for the beyond. Now, if you have a healthy amount of life insurance and you have a healthy amount of retirement savings, I highly, highly recommend you see an estate planner. So this is a lawyer whose main focus, let me put it that way, is to deal with estate planning. That means the will, the trust, the medical directive, the list of things and how you want your services to be in the event of your death. But that estate planner will help you give you strategies rather to help you reduce death and estate taxes, or can give you some recommendations on to cover the death and estate taxes through just your life insurance policies. So let me share with you a couple of reasons why I decided that having an estate planner was important for my family. Two main reasons. Main reason number one, we wanted a proper medical directive. Now, my husband is an emotional dude. And, if he's seeing me laid out, he's going to want to try to keep me alive as long as humanly possible. The unemotional one, though, however, which is me, I'm like, pull that plug. I know that he wouldn't want to live in these conditions, incapacitated, bound, to bedridden or anything. I know he wouldn't want to do that. So our thought processes are quite different about these things. But in our medical directive, it says exactly what we want. And you want to have someone in place to be able to go with that directive and say what it is that you wanted. Otherwise, it comes into question. So we found, though, that having simple wills was just not enough. I mean, shoot, you've been in the military too. We've been getting wills for years throughout our entire military careers. I just didn't know that when I left the military, just having a simple will was not enough. So we wanted to make sure that, again, we had that person designated and in place to make whatever medical decisions, whatever calls we needed to make while incapacitated. The other one knew exactly what to do because it's all written out and it's a legal document. Second reason, remember we were talking about saving for beyond a little earlier. And it's because if you have any inheritance that you want protected, you don't want that inheritance to go through the court system in probate. You don't want that inheritance to pass through creditors, debtors, and you want that inheritance rather to go to the person that you've designated. Now, in your mind, you might be thinking, oh, well, I have beneficiaries. Having beneficiaries on your accounts and policies in your retirement savings is not enough. Why, Tina? Why isn't that enough? Won't the money go? It will. However, because any inheritance that you leave under only beneficiaries means that that money is now in the person's name and estate. Why is that important? This means if anyone were to sue the person that you left the inheritance for, that inheritance that you left behind for them is now up for negotiation because it's in their name. When you have an estate plan, when you have a trust, the dollars go to that. Again, totally away from probate, totally away from court systems, totally away from creditors and debtors, and those who want to try to sue you for whatever reason, now that you've got all this money. All that, it's not a worry at all. So having that money up for negotiation does not sound like a good savings plan for the beyond to me, and I hope you feel the same way. So thank you for sharing your valuable time with me. I'm so happy to have been able to share some nuggets or spill some tea, if you will, about funding our dreams and being able to do that by saving for today, tomorrow, and beyond. Check out our website. Again, Ms. Ann is graciously being able to share that information, but our website is the Financial T, that is TheFinancialCialt.org, where you can learn more about me. You can potentially schedule a consultation. You can even buy my book. So this is only day one, guys. Just, you do not want to miss the next couple of days. In fact, I'm not going to miss the next session. I'm going to be here right here with my notebook, and I've got other sessions on the next couple of days where I'm going to be glued to this computer. So I hope I will see you there too. So let's go to Q&A, and I'm looking forward to any questions that you may have. I'm so excited.
Absolutely. Those were some great tips. I especially had the wow factor when you talked about how things that are going to your beneficiary could be sued under the person's name. I'm definitely going to investigate that, because a lot of us really feel like that once we name a beneficiary, that it's all said and done, it's all protected for them in case we leave here. But knowing that little bit of information question was very an aha moment for me. I don't know about everybody else, but I do want to, before I pose 3 questions, do want to open up the floor to see if anyone had any questions directly. You want to take yourself off mute and ask directly to Tina at this time. Okay, and if you don't have any questions right now, again, her information will be in the resource directory. For those who have attended and have registered and I have an email, we'll get that link along with the presenter's notes and any handouts that was given for day 1, including the next 2 days. And I definitely want to highly suggest that you stay tuned, because now we have coming up on our last session of the day, we're going to be having another. So I see a question just popped up. Dale is asking, will you speak to revocable versus irrevocable trusts? Do they behave quite differently relative to protection from suits of creditors? So that's a very good question, Tina.
That is a very good question, and unfortunately above my pay grade. So I would recommend that that question be directed to an estate planner. That person can really give you the nuts and bolts between the ILIT, as you know, some of us call it, and then the revocable. As the name, and I can give you a very general overview, as the name denotes, revocable means you can make changes. Irrevocable means you cannot make changes. And normally what happens is a revocable trust becomes irrevocable in a situation of death. So once that death happens, whatever revocable trust was on file is locked in, because now we've started to implement those things based on now the deceased death and the things that that person wanted. So just a real quick overview. It's real simple, but I would highly recommend talking to an estate planner who can really give you the ins and outs of that particular, those particular products. But thank you for your question. I really appreciate it. I hope that helped just a hair to lead you to the path to talking with a professional.
And absolutely, please stay tuned for the last session, because also on our business panel coming up, we do have Ken Alozi from Greenwood Capital. We also have Kenneth Clark, who works for Peak Financial Solutions, and he may be able to answer this question for you because he deals with insurance plans and he may have some more information to share with you. So here's my question, Tina. I have 3 questions going all the way back to when you talked about submitting claims. What are some of the common mistakes that people have made when they submitted their claim for the first time and they didn't get the money that they quite expected? And I have another question to follow up from that.
Great question. So let me give you my experience, because I think I made all the mistakes humanly possible when I filed my first time. But I can also tell you kind of some of the processes, you know, behind the scenes as well. So for me, common mistakes. Number 1, not claiming every ailment that you have. Let me tell you what I did. I've got some ailments, and not to provide TMI, but like, let's say carpal tunnel. I'm thinking this has got to be a big hit. Carpal tunnel, oh my goodness, you know, if it flares up, you know, there might be times where I can't move my wrist, I can't write, et cetera, which of course keeps me from doing my normal days of business. Well, I thought that was such a big thing. There were other underlying things behind that I didn't even think to claim. And I'm using carpal tunnel as a very, very simple example. It could be maybe for you something with your back. That seems a little bit more complex, but I'm sure that when you have a back issue, there's so many other branches of issues that come from that. And I think what we do is we look at the one big thing and not look at the subsequent ailments that go along with that. So I would say that that would be mistake number 1. Mistake number 2 is not actually looking at your medical records. You just assume you know all your ailments, but I'm telling you, when you start looking through your medical records, you'll find ailments that you might have forgotten about. Take for instance, I mean, I had 3 volumes of medical records when I retired from the military, and I couldn't tell you what was in volume 1. I couldn't even begin to even guess what volume 1 had. But when I went back finally and started investigating it, I did have some ailments that I, you know, got back in say 94, 95, and I was still experiencing some of those things, you know, to this day. And if this is a secret, it might not be, but I'm here to shout it. Motrin don't fix everything. So just being able to make sure that you've captured not only the main source of ailment, but the subsequent ailments behind that, number one. And then number two, not going through your medical records and actually claiming all the ailments that you have, because you just assume you know the big things, you know your body, but totally forget things that may have happened that was, just a little blurb in your medical history, but yet could provide you with a decent percentage. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, it did. The second part of that question is, how do you know if you qualify for more money, or is there a baseline on certain injuries that you sustain that they kind of categorize you in when they review your claim for approval?
Right. So no one really knows the person on the other end of the VA who's going to receive your claim, and what they normally do per se. But I have found that there's been some helpful websites. I don't have those websites handy, but there's some websites where you can look up the ailment itself, and it'll kind of give you exactly kind of what the ailment is and provide a roundabout range of what you could expect. So like I've been on some of those websites and I found that, say an ailment like flat feet, in which I have now, that could range about, 15 to 30%. So when I file my claim, that's kind of what I'm going to be looking for. But again, every situation is different. Everybody is different. Literally everyone and everybody is different. So you just never know, what they're going to say on the back end. However, I'd rather you put more information to substantiate your claim for the higher piece of the range than just saying, oh, I have flat feet and no other ailments that, you've been dealing with, about that. So again, there's some websites that may be able to help you, but you don't know what the final result is until you get your final result.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right. So here's another question, going back into when you talked about diverting money. We all know there's a lot of places that we can divert money from savings, and you mentioned savings a lot in 401k, but what other places in your experience have you found to be most effective to diverting money that will yield some sort of a return, especially for those who might have limited income and looking to boost their money to fund their dreams? What in your experience have you diverted money to or can suggest?
Great question. So let me go from products or vehicles that may go from most conservative to maybe most risky. You can always use, of course, your savings account. And of course, that's the number one basic way to save, right? But then in your bank, you may also have what's called a money market account. So there are two different accounts. Savings is, just your normal savings, but a money market account normally has a higher interest rate than your normal savings. Also with the money market, the second thing is there is a discouragement for you to withdraw money. So I've had money market accounts in the bank in which if you withdrew more than 6 times within a month, they were going to shut your account down and revert you back to normal savings. And so the idea is to continue to put money in a way to where you can keep it there. And again, discouraging additional withdrawals. I would say other people have done things like savings bonds. Now, if you're old school like me, you know that you used to have that orange card back in the 90s and the early 2000s. We have to fill out and, turn back in to talk about the savings bonds that we were going to buy, whether it's going to be a $50 bond or a $100 bond or whatever. But the interest is very, very low, as you may have noted. So over a 30-year span, you might have actually either gotten back that face value finally over 30 years, or maybe just a few bucks over that face value. So let's say you bought a bond 30 years ago and the bond was a $50 bond. That was the face value. Of course, you only paid $25. But 30 years later, you might actually have that $50 finally, or maybe $52 or $53. So not a lot of growth, but that's money that could potentially be guaranteed. But when we divert towards investments and things of that nature, and I have to be very careful when I talk about this stuff, without having a registration and a one-to-one. I don't want the feds to come get me over something silly. But an overall view of that, there are some investment vehicles that you could use, from mutual funds to exchange traded funds, or what most people call ETFs. And there are other life insurance products and variable annuities, a whole bunch of things that you could do. Again, a licensed professional will be able to help you determine which what your goal, help you understand, or listen rather to what your goals are, and then help you understand what vehicles to be used best for you and your situation, your set of goals to go forward. So there's a lot of goals that could be things that vehicles could be used from a very conservative perspective. So let's say the return normally is between 4 and 6%. That may be your speed, predicated on your age, predicated on how soon you need your goals or how later in life you need your goals. But then you can rev up to things that are strictly equity and strictly stock market stuff. And then that's when you start seeing the volatility and the exponential raises and exponential drops. I mean, so those are some things that you want to consider. Again, all predicated on how old you are, all predicated on the time frame where you want that money to now return back to you so you can use it for that goal or that dream. And so those are some vehicles that you could use. Again, there's products through your bank, but then even if you stay with your bank and some of those investment stuff, they have to take it to a licensed professional. So I always recommend finding a licensed professional. You're looking at one that be able to help you, determine what those things, are, and those vehicles are to help you reach those goals and dreams. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, you did. Actually, I did want to make one point that one of the best ways to up your money, which is, I know that I'm up there in age now in the golden years, that you could take advantage of your company's stock option. So if they have a stock option, I know Leidos has one, and I'm actually invested in that. That's another way of having money that's generated that gives me interest and things of that nature. And just remembering to pay yourself first.
Absolutely.
You work every 2 weeks, whatever percentage you're putting in 401k, just match that percentage for yourself and your savings so that you have different resources for your money, which is also great. And does anyone would like to ask any additional questions or in the chat window to me that I can ask, or you could take yourself off mute and ask the question if you would like. So I'll pause there to see if anybody have any more questions. We're giving us so much good information. I guess we're answering everyone's questions. Just remember, folks, if you have additional questions, you will have Tina's information in the resource directory and coming up. And we're actually going to be starting a little bit sooner. And I appreciate everybody standing, but we do have our financial panel who has connected today, moderated by Kevin Engelman from KMC Empowerment. He is going to be talking to us a little bit and engaging our financial panel in some of the things we need to know about, funding situations for those who are interested in business or housing or mortgage or however you want to do. And I saw that, I think, Valerie, I think you had your hand up that you wanted to ask a question. So if you did, feel free to do so.
Actually, that was a clap to say that that was a very wonderful presentation.
Oh, thank you, Valerie. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so honored that everybody was here and stuck around to listen. But, if you know me, if you've seen me anywhere else, I know a couple of people, some names I recognize because they see me in other places. I'm always concerned about your money, and it's not for me, it's for you. Because trust me when I say this, there's enough to go around for everybody to walk, to everybody to eat, for everybody to make it. And if there's anybody that stands alongside me that we can elevate together, I want to be a part of that. I don't have to be the entire team. Even being a part of the team is good enough. And if we're not a part of the team, that's fine. I just always encourage that you find someone that that you can trust and can talk with you and educate you on these financial things so that you can meet your dreams and goals. Salute to all of my veterans.
Yeah, excellent. And even Dale said that you covered a wide array of financial information, which is absolutely wonderful. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the last break of the day. We're going to come back in about 5 minutes, and we're going to begin with our final presentation today with Kevin Engelman, and also sponsored by M&T Bank and Capital One. We also have Greenwood Capital Advisors and Peak Financial Services. So, it's going to be great. We're going to learn so much, and we're going to come back in about 5 minutes. Thank you all. Okay, all right. We're down to the last wire. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there. You guys are a trooper, and I definitely applaud each and every one of you. I am excited to have this financial panel here that's going to be very informative to you. We have Kevin and M. Coleman from KMC Empowerment, who is going to give us some information and integrate some of the questions that we have with the panel in terms of finances and how we can improve our businesses through finance. And so I'm going to go ahead on and turn this over to Kevin, and I will help with the Q&A and financial questions at the end.
Well, first and foremost, I want to say thank you for all the information that you have provided thus far. We had Lauren Pennington Briggs that provided some great information this morning. We also had Tina Smith, who gave us some business information, but now we're getting into your finances. I hope you are ready for it. My name is Kevin M. Coleman. I'm an empowerment coach, trainer, and speaker of KMC Empowerment. And we're at KMC Empowerment, we inspire individuals and groups through coaching. We motivate individuals and groups to empowerment speaking, and we teach leaders how to lead with excellence through leadership trainings. Today, you have some great panelists before you. You have Andy Sharon from M&T Bank. You have Sean Christum from Capital One Bank. And then you also have Ken Alazoe from Greenwood Capital Advisors. And last but not least, you have Kenneth Clark from Peak Financial and Wealth. So we want to welcome you, and everybody just give them a virtual applause and everything. I see you out there, Andrew. Good job. Come on, Sean. Give him something. Give him some love. There we go. There we go, Sean. He's one of our panelists. Ken, thank you. So what we're going to do is we're going to get started. What we want to get is some valuable information from these leaders that we have on the line today that they can share with us as entrepreneurs, business owners, CEOs even of our organizations, so we can be the best we can be. So I'm gonna ask a few questions. And as I ask the questions, I want each person on the panel, Andy, Sean, Ken, and Kenneth, I want each one of you to speak into the answer to this question. We're gonna start with this one. When we look at funding opportunities for organizations, what are the most common things we need to look out for in regards to grants as well as COVID opportunities because of COVID-19? Let's start with you, Andy.
Yeah, no, thanks, Kevin. And hey, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. I've been working with small businesses for 20 years and can't tell you how much I respect what you guys do day in and day out, and just tons of respect to all the veterans on the call today as well. I mean, when I look at funding, so what I do, I manage a team of 5 bankers in Washington, D.C. We're on the small business side. We manage companies 30 million in revenue down to startups. And when you talk about funding opportunities, I mean, there's a couple different grant opportunities going on in DC right now, but I think about bank financing first, and it's not just because I work for a bank, but one of the things that I'm looking at is, how do we get, that financing out to businesses that need it to grow? So when you're looking outside of the PPP and that type of stuff, which, at this point, I don't hear any more PPP coming down the pike. I think about how do you get prepared to apply for a loan with a bank, get a loan, get a line of credit, get a commercial mortgage, get a term loan. And, maybe we can, I don't want to derail anything, Kevin, maybe we could talk about that later because, that's kind of more what I specialize in is, how do we get that bank financing out the door? How do we utilize the SBA? I mean, the SBA is somebody, is a group, an organization that we use quite a bit. And we're the #1 SBA lender in DC. And that's a way that we can get financing out the door to companies that might not qualify traditionally, for a traditional bank loan.
Thank you so much. Sean, you're next.
Sure. Kind of along what Andrew talked about, as far as grants and so forth, again, most of those have dried up. A lot of times when I'm talking to entrepreneurs, particularly those that are in startup, and banks define startups differently, as some say 2 years, some say 3 years in business. I always talk about, if you're not at the point of being bankable, and by bankable, I mean that your business is not established enough to look at bank financing, you have to be creative. So one of the best kept secrets I've found are what are called CDFIs, Community Development Financial Institutions. They act as bridges for small businesses that may still be in the startup phase or may have suffered some losses and are just too high risk for banks to take a risk on at this point. So community development financial institutions, and on SBA.gov, they have a list of the various ones. If you're in the DC area or wherever you may be located, there's a list of community development financial institutions that are designed for that purpose, to help businesses that may at this point not yet be bankable. So a lot of times they're not really competitors of bank. We work alongside of them. They're funded by the government and by banks and institutions to make those loans to those institutions. And then the last thing I would also say is, remember that especially if your business is in the startup phase, I'll speak to those because that's where it's very hard to get financing. You may have to turn to a consumer loan. I was a small business banker for 10 years before I came to the community investment side. And a lot of times I was taking out loans that someone, say a husband and wife, they took out a home equity and they used it specifically for the business to get started, or they took out a personal loan. A lot of times, if you're starting out and if you're doing it part-time, or you have a good credit, good income history, it may be easier to borrow money personally, use it strictly in the business. And then as your business grows and it gets to the point where Andrew or some of our business bankers are ready, they can then take out that personal loan with a commercial loan, because the business is now established 3, 4, 5 years, and you can do that. So I just want to kind of give you some alternatives, especially for startups and businesses that may not yet be bankable.
Excellent, Andy. Excellent, Sean. Now, Ken, let's go to you. Ken Alazi.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ken Alazier with Greenwood Capital Advisors. And so I'll talk about grants because that's what you asked, and I'm also a SCORE mentor. So I help a lot of business owners who are looking for grants. I'll just spend a little bit of time and give you my background. I'm a managing director at Greenwood, been in the financial field a little over 20 years. What's interesting with me is I've never worked at a traditional bank. I started early in my career doing what's called investment banking on Wall Street. And so I worked with a lot of companies who needed to raise money through the capital markets, debt, equity, IPOs, etc. And it was really eye-opening for me because I used to think that when a company needed money, they'd walk into a bank and see if they were approved or not. One of the things that I learned very quickly in my career is that the larger companies actually have a team within the firm, but also outside of their firm that they can go to when they need capital, not just for the capital, but for the advice around it. So they take inventory of the company, the strengths, weaknesses, the goals, objectives, and then they would execute on that capital strategy that the company had, and try and get them the amount of capital that they were looking for through the capital markets. And so they had a team that they could go to. And some of our clients were actually banks. So banks who are in the business of lending and providing capital, when they need capital, they go to an advisor to help them do that. So later in my career, I found it odd that small businesses go about this process on their own and don't have that advice. So that's what we do at Greenwood. We're essentially debt capital markets for middle market companies across the country. Most of our clients are, I'd say, 10 to 30 million in revenue, so kind of larger middle market companies. But we do have, I'd say 25% of our clients are small businesses, which allows us to serve many businesses that are women-owned, minority-owned. We do a lot of SBA lending, non-SBA. We can put together a customized program depending on what the client is looking for that includes mezzanine and other forms of debt capital. But one of the things we also noticed was that, especially among the smaller businesses, many of them were not financeable for one reason or another. Maybe, and I think Sean alluded to this, that some if you haven't been in business and can show a 3-year financial track record, it's hard to get a loan from a lot of banks. If you don't have a certain credit score, it's hard to get a loan. So we actually created a program with a partner institution to help make those businesses financeable and then help them get capital. With regards to grants, typically I'll tell people that there's not as many grants as people think there are. But in the last year and a half with COVID, we've seen a surge in more and more grants, particularly for women-owned and minority-owned companies. A lot of business owners don't know that Facebook actually had a grant last year for minority-owned businesses. And I'd say the best thing you can do is if you want to explore grants, is realize it's a process. There are some portals like grants.gov and grantspace.org where you can search for grants across the country, but you'll be surprised at how far you can get just doing a simple Google search, searching for grants for minority-owned businesses, grants for women-owned businesses, grants for businesses in Maryland. And it's really important to pay attention to the eligibility requirements, because you're not going to be eligible for all of these grants, and you don't want to waste your time applying for grants that you're not eligible for. But also, you don't want to use grants as a primary source of funding just because it takes a while. There's a certain timeline before you're approved. You kind of want to see it as extra capital while you pursue, I'd say, more sustainable forms of capital for your business, like with a traditional bank or a non-bank lender or another capital source. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ken Alazier, correct?
Alazier.
Alazier, I got him to get it right. Thank you so much.
Oh, you got it. Yeah, perfect.
All right, there we go. Let's go on. Hey, Kenneth Clark, I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Sure. So I guess I'll speak to so the what ifs. What if you've already perhaps had the conversation with M&T and Capital One, and you've had the conversation regarding grants and such with Greenwood Capital, and perhaps you weren't successful in obtaining financing then, and what now? So, you know, I'm a big fan of, you know, working towards using other people's money, you know, not using our own. But if we've gone down a path and, you know, for different reasons, perhaps the age of our business just starting, or perhaps our personal credit, things of that nature, then, you know, one can always turn to, you know, a loan from your TSP or your 401k. Again, that would be more so a last resort, but also if you have a Roth IRA, then we can look at that to take a distribution for that to work towards financing. So again, your personal money, you know, that money that you've saved and perhaps put away for retirement, you can use a portion of that to utilize to assist with starting your business, or perhaps funding your business if the other avenues you weren't successful going down those paths.
Thank you so much. I have another question for you. First of all, I want to just thank you guys for some of these acronyms you came up with. First of all, when you talked about the CDFI, the Common Development, what was the Financial Insight or Institution? I love that.
Yeah, Community Development Financial Institutions.
Okay. And then also when we were talking about, the one that really stood out to me was the SWGO, when we talk about strength, weaknesses, goals, and objectives. Because that's a good frame of mind we need to have when we're looking at our finances as we move forward. So thank you for that one as well. There's many more, but I have a couple of questions we have to get to because the veterans are waiting, okay? The first question is, when we look at what is the hardest part about fixing or financing credit and qualifying for funding? What is the hardest part you have noticed throughout your whole business career since you, all four of you are in a financial institution? We're going to start with Ken Alazier.
Great, thank you, Kevin. I'd say the hardest part is when people come with credit challenges is we've got to spend time on the education piece, on enabling them to understand credit and what it actually means. And sometimes what can be difficult is if they're not financeable yet based on their credit, it can take some time to correct or address any of those issues. We're talking 3 months, 6 months, because you've got to address the issue first, and then you've got to wait until that particular company reports it. So you have to wait for it to update on your credit report. So that can take time. And sometimes we see people that might have a strong credit score. So maybe they have a 700 or 720, but they have a pretty light credit history. Maybe they have revolving accounts that were open less than a year ago, things like that. So they don't have the depth there as far as credit. So these things all take time to build. So you can't say, hey, come back next week and we can finance you. And it's a process. So sometimes that's difficult, and we see those situations pretty often.
Thank you so much. Agreement, Andy, Sean, or Kenneth, if you're in agreement with what Ken said, I agree. But if you have something, Andy, next, what are your comments on that?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Yeah, Ken's talking about time. I think that is a big, if you get into some credit issues and it's bringing down your credit score, it does take some time to fix it. I think it is the educational piece too. I mean, there are things that you can do. Obviously, you gotta say you're late on a payment. I mean, obviously you gotta get caught up to speed, but there's things that get factored into that credit score, like, how much debt is actually revolving on your credit cards. Are you bringing those cards down to zero? Are you using them up and paying them off? How long have you gone without having that delinquency? There's the drivers of having like too many credit cards. Maybe you have too much availability. You have 6 credit cards, you don't need that many. Your credit, when they're looking at your credit score, they're saying, hey, this person has access to way too much debt. That can drive your credit score down. So I think it's getting educated on how does that score, how do they come up with it? And then, I mentioned a couple ways that you can improve it, but you need to know, how does it calculated? And then you got to take some time. But I will say this, it can improve rather quickly. I mean, depending on where you're at, if you do some of those things, you get current, you pay as agreed, maybe you reduce your amount of debt or exposure, your score can go up rather quickly, but it's not going to jump overnight, and it is going to take months, 3, 6, like Ken was saying, maybe a year. So, yeah.
Great information. Thank you so much. Sean, you're next.
Sure. I think Ken brought up the biggest issue. I teach credit for Capital One. I teach it to individuals. And probably the 2 biggest issues are, first of all, the paradigm shift mentally that most people have to go through who struggle with their credit. But the second thing is most people aren't patient. They've taken years to damage their credit, and they very quickly want their score to go from a 580 to a 680 or a 700. And when you explain to them that it's not going to happen overnight, especially if there's systemic damage, and by that I mean charge-offs, bankruptcies, things like that, too often they get very agitated. And the other thing I found is that they get very sensitive to small increases and decreases in their credit score. And I always tell them that's not what you're working towards. That's like watching the stock market and being ready to sell because it drops a few points every day. It's really about doing the right behavior and over time it growing. I've found that most people who are struggling to improve their credit, as soon as their credit drops 5 points, they're panicking. I tell them people who have 800, 780 credit scores, they don't care if it goes from 785 to 780. It's not really important. So it's the paradigm shift of changing their mindset to becoming less of a consumer, understanding what impacts their score, but also the willingness to be patient, to understand that this is a process. It's not a quick turnaround. The last thing I'll say is because so many of the bad actors out there promise quick fixes to credit, they come in with that mindset. But when you're genuine and you tell them this could take 9 to 12 months or 2 years if you have significantly damaged credit, because damaged credit stays on your record for 7 years, up to 10 in some bankruptcies. So, that's going to be out there. It doesn't mean you can't improve it, but it's not a quick fix. It's not something that you can take a pill and in 6 hours or 6 weeks, it's fixed. A lot of times it's a steady, slow process that they have to be willing to engage in.
Thank you so much. And it's so good that you really walked us through how that happens. That whole process is clear. I know many times when I'm coaching clients, when we're talking about the finances, of course, as a coach, I'm not telling them the answers, but I'm asking them these questions to make them think into the situation. And one thing I found from many people I've worked with, that a lot of times, you're right, it is about that mental. It's about staying focused. And many times us as veterans, me included, we like to see things happen like that. the immediacy of things. And many times it's not going to happen that way. It takes time. And you have to be persistent in order to get the results you want. All right, Kenneth, go ahead, close us out on this question.
Well, I'm not sure that I have much to add. Sean actually hit a powerful point that there are, there are many folks out there who are going to promise you increased credit, whether it's increased score and they'll promise it within a certain time frame. You got to partner with the right group, the right individual, and make sure that they have your best interest at heart. The key is, it took you time to, well, in most cases, it took you time to get to that challenging score. Generally, it'll take some time to improve the score to a point where you can get the appropriate financing.
Hey, Kevin, I would add one thing real quick is tell your story too. Life happens to people, and I've had several clients that have had bad scores and I've gotten financing approved because there is a story behind it that we could get our arms around. So, tell your story when you're talking to banks or other folks that are on this call and say, hey, look, this is what happened. This is what I went through. There is a chance that maybe we can work with you depending on kind of what that story is and us telling that story to our credit team. So just wanted to share that.
Yeah, I'm glad actually Andrew said that. That's a really good point. I've had clients that said, hey, what you're telling me sounds good, but I filed for bankruptcy. It was cleared up, but it was cleared up, 2-3 years ago. Do you think I could still get funding? And I checked with our underwriting and turns out that we could, but let's say he tried to hide that and then we discovered it or underwriting discovered it, then his credibility would have been shot. So I think just being upfront about those things, the cons on your credit profile, but also the pros and selling yourself. And if the bank can't do it, they might be able to refer you to someone who might be a more appropriate lender for you. But you don't want to try and hide something and burn 2-3 months and then it comes up and you've just wasted your time, you've just wasted the lender's time.
I'm so glad you said that. Once we wrap up this discussion, we have about another 20-25 minutes or so. Once we wrap up this discussion, I will take a little time to talk about the DNA of influential leadership. And in that DNA of influential leadership, I want everyone to stay on because we're going to talk about a little bit of what they're talking about now and how important it is to be upfront, honest, and trustworthy. All right, let's go on to the next question. The next question is this. Where should they go in order to find resources? I'm talking about veterans now. Where should they go to find resources in order to create and maintain a budget? Because we've been finding that many people are having issues with that budget, juggling different things. So let's go ahead. I'm going to start with you, Kenneth. What do you think is the best way for them to create and maintain?
Yeah, well, it starts with knowing your numbers, right? Many folks will, whether they're starting a business or in the infancy of their business, it's one of those things you don't know what you don't know, right? So having an understanding of what is going to be appropriate for that business to succeed, whether it's apparel, widgets, software, what numbers do you need to have in order to be a successful business to get you over that hump, right? But understanding what are the expenses, fixed expenses, variable expenses. And for me, it was important when I had started a small business many years ago, I partnered with bookkeeper early. I'm a technical guy. I know spreadsheets, I know software, but I also understood that my time was better served, working on the business rather than working in fields and, making sure every number was in the appropriate field with QuickBooks, Quicken, whatever software is available. So for me, it was important to partner with my bookkeeper who I had, a partnership with for years, and I let her handle where the numbers went, but I also had frequent conversations about so I could understand what I needed to handle expenses, what I needed to be successful, what I needed to bring on the next employee, whether it's full-time, part-time, just diving into the numbers. If you're not a numbers person, then you need to surround yourself with the right individual or individuals who can assist you with that.
Good. Let's go on to you, Andy. You're next.
Yeah, I would say, look, there's resources out there. We work with startups quite quite frequently, and a lot of times they've popped into their small business center, and there's a great one in DC where, you know, you can go in there and they can help you put a business plan together. They can help you read financial statements, you know, get familiar with things that might not be familiar to you initially when you're just getting started. You know, there's also places like, you know, the DC Chamber of Commerce, which, you know, I'm active in, I sit on the board of. You know, we have educational seminars there too to, you know, one, talk about, you know, if it's getting prepared for financing, or, you know, what are some resources of people that they could tap to get themselves educated on some of these things. So, you know, it's keeping your eyes open. You know, there's, you know, LEDC, you know, there's a lot of different groups that are out there that are there to help small businesses. It's reaching out and getting more active with them, because it's a, you know, it's a free service and they do a great job. And a lot of times you can take that information and the framework they give you and then, you know, move on and go talk to a bank.
Talk to us more about the LEDC. Specifically, what does it mean, and what can the veterans get value from it?
Well, there's, yeah, I think Sean had talked about TDFIs, and, you know, LEDC is a group that does do some financing. It's kind of like WAKIF as well, where they do have some financing programs, but they also have like mentors there that can help small businesses grow. You know, they have people who are in business or maybe retired or an active business that, you know, businesses can mentor with and learn from.
Okay, sounds good. And from now on, as we move forward, man, when you say an acronym, just give us the name of the acronym, what it means. That way we can all be on the same sheet of music when we're speaking about it, and it's much more clear for us. But thank you so much, Andy, for that. Sean, you're next.
Yeah, Andy hit on a really good point. One of the things I found is that entrepreneurs, a lot of times they don't take advantage of a lot of the free things that are out there, whether it's the SB, Small Business Development Centers, whether it's SCORE, whether it's SBA. And then as Andy mentioned, and he mentioned LEDC, which is the Latino Economic Development Corp, and WAKIF, which are two of the best Washington Area Community Investment Fund, two of the better known and strong CDFIs out there. These organizations, and we sponsor them, I'm sure Andy's group does too, they run programs all the time. There's a women business initiative that Latino Economic Development Corp has. And these organizations work and they offer free services to help. I've done some workshops and done presentations for their women's business initiative. I know that WAKIF, Washington Area Community Investment Fund, has one for minority women. They have seminars that talk about how to build your budget for your business. They have individuals who will mentor. We run a mentoring program. A lot of times entrepreneurs are very quick to jump out and they want to do the business. They think they know everything and they're ready to do it, and they bypass a lot of free resources that are there to help you avoid. I'm a big fan of learning on somebody else's dime, and that means I'm learning and making mistakes when it's not costing me money as a business owner. So if you can find a mentor, individuals who can walk you through doing your pro forma, that's just, you know, setting your funds up and saying, what's it going to look like for the next, you know, 12 to 24 months. I'm sure Andy and the other lenders, if you're a startup, they're going to want a pro forma. They may want it even if you're not. They want to see how your budget, are your numbers realistic? Too often entrepreneurs are not realistic. They're saying they're going to make a profit and break even in the first 3 months. That's not likely for most small businesses. But a good mentor, good SCORE rep, all these things are free in the SBDC, Small Business Development Center. They have them available, but a lot of times these workshops are sparsely attended, you know, and individuals wait until after they've made a mistake. Now they're coming and their costs are too high. They underestimated some of their fixed cost and some of the cost to do business, and now they're finding themselves in trouble, and now they're asking for a bank or a lender to bail them out. It's better to learn as much. You're never going to know everything. It's like entering into a marriage. You can be as prepared as possible, but there's some things you're going to learn after. But premarital counseling and coaching, which I also do, is also very beneficial, and it helps alleviate a lot of the minefields. There's a reason, and I throw this out there not to discourage people, 80% of businesses fail in the first 5 years. When people ask me, well, why don't banks loan to startups? I'm like, we don't have, we're not mind readers. We're not future fortune tellers. We don't know of that 80% who start today, who'll be around 5 years from now. So we want to wait till the field clears and see who's still standing and who's profitable year 3, year 4. And now we've got a track record. But the ones that are standing are generally those that have a strong business plan, have tapped into all of the free resources that are out there, and there's a ton of them, and given themselves the best chance for success.
I have a training called the Keys to Influential Success in Business. And in that training, 2 of the components that's within it is directly as a result you're talking about here, Sean. And that is finding yourself a mentor, because they can help you show you the way, but also a trusted mentor, but also find yourself a coach, someone that can ask you those questions that you won't ask yourself, so you can think into those situations in a new, informed way. Both of those elements are really key and will help organizations and people or veterans grow in a powerful way. Here we go. Next person. Ken, I want to get your thoughts on the topic.
Yes, absolutely. I think you guys hit some very good points. And Sean alluded to this as well, just the importance of having a team and not, don't wait until your books are a mess to start looking for an accountant. Don't wait until your business is failing and now you need capital to save your business to start building relationships with bankers or funding advisors. Build your team now. And in this instance, small business development centers or SBDCs are your friend. And I said it before, I'm actually a certified SCORE mentor. Through SCORE, I probably mentor 15 to 20 businesses on average a month. I also happen to be on our executive committee. And so your question on where businesses can find budgeting templates and all of that, if you go to score.org, and if you're unfamiliar with SCORE as a listener, it's a not-for-profit that provides free small business mentoring. Score.org has tons of resources that you can download, sample budgets, sample business plans, pre-recorded webinars on everything from funding your business to marketing, information on how to register for upcoming webinars. If you do that pre-work, by the time you ask for a mentor and you speak to a mentor, now your questions are more nuanced and the advice and the guidance you're getting is a little bit more nuanced. So as opposed to asking, what's an LLC? Now you're asking, hey, I'm thinking between an LLC and an S Corp. I know an S Corp is structured this way, an LLC is structured this way. Since I have this type of business, I'm thinking S Corp. What do you think? Totally different ballpark now. So take advantage of all those resources. I mean, and SCORE is just one. There are tons of SBDCs in your state. Howard University has an SBDC. So take advantage of those free resources.
Ken, excellent, excellent. Thank you so much for giving us that valuable information. Now we have a burning question. The veterans need to know this question. So I want each one of you to put your prospective business's hat on and answer this question from the vein of what your business offer, okay? Here we go. This is the question. What services do you offer veterans specifically? I'm gonna start with you, Kenneth Clark.
So I think, so my group, Peak Financial, we're a financial advisory group, and we assist with, for our clients, we assist them with any insurance and financial planning matters. So in I'd say in terms of offerings and solutions, what we offer are available to everyone, but for those who have are veterans, then there are certain programs that we have that can, I think, be a little easier for them to get into from a financial planning standpoint. But our solutions are available to everyone. We just, we're well aware, two of our partners are veterans, so they're well aware of, the challenges that one goes through when you're either retiring, switching gears, transitioning to the next stage in life, or if you've served and you are, perhaps not retiring, but moving on. So we've got a really good perspective on the paths that one needs to take when you are a veteran.
Okay, thank you so much, Ken. Let's go on, Ken. Let me get you to speak into that answer as well. That question.
Sure. So we're in the capital business. So as relates to veterans, one of the things that we can help with is there are great programs via the SBA, like the Veterans Advantage Loan, that we can help veterans with, not only in helping them to get that type of funding, but to prepare for it, you know, helping them, helping provide feedback on their business plan, their personal financial statement, any documents that they would submit in an effort to gain that type of funding. We can help provide advice and help them package themselves properly so that they're best positioned to get those benefits that are available to veterans, that being one. So that's what we do.
Thank you so much. Sean, you're next.
Yeah, my situation is a little different. I'm not on the sales side. I used to be a loan officer. We don't have any specific products for veterans, but we do have nonprofits that we work with. I'm on the community side. So what we do is we teach and share information. So for us, it would be just connecting them to various nonprofits that we fund and support that have programs and have information. And so it's not anything specific for veterans. It's really open to anyone who wants information, whether it's on small business, credit, any financial literacy topics, but to connect them with some of the great nonprofits that are out there doing great work. And we have many of them that are targeted towards veterans. So we'll be passing on the information and then helping to support that organization in supporting our great veterans.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go to you, Andy, you're next.
Yeah, and it really similar to Ken. I mean, what we try and take advantage of what the SBA is offering, you know, when it comes to veterans. That's something that we focus a lot on. All of our products are really open to everybody. But the other thing we try and do is connect. And we want to connect our clients. So we'll have, you know, some veteran networking events. Well, it's been a while since we all got a big networking group together, but we were having some veterans networking groups just to kind of connect folks and, you know, hopefully make some introductions that can help move the needle.
Excellent. So this has been a really great financial panel. I want to thank each and every one of you for giving such good information, and Kevin for moderating. We're getting down to the last few minutes of the session, and I think people know that it's been a long day, but Kevin, if you can just please give them an overview of your presentation in like 2 minutes. And please, I want to encourage folks to come back tomorrow, share this event with your friends and network to advise them to come back tomorrow. We're definitely going to be having a whole lot more information. We're also going to have Sean, who's going to be giving his presentation about lending, you know, followed with some other information. So Kevin, go ahead and give your information, and we're going to conclude for today.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. And what I was talking about earlier was how can we wrap up everything we talked about today in looking at the DNA of influential leadership? Because when we're talking about finance, we talk about business planning, when we talk about all the various topics that was discussed today, it really starts with you. And when I'm talking about the DNA of influential leadership, I'm talking about the D, meaning discipline. And when we talk about discipline, we got to realize discipline is giving yourself a command and following it through. So how are you commanding yourself to get things done? How are you commanding yourself to have that 5-year projection on what you're going to do within your business? How are you commanding yourself to be an influential leader? And the same thing with the military. We have the salute. We have all the various different things. We have commands, our general order. Our first general order is to guard with everything within our limits of our post and quit our posts only when properly relieved. That same general order you need to put in your business. How are you going to command yourself to succeed? Because once you start commanding yourself and being an influential leader, people will begin to follow you, admire you. You'll see profits increase. You see things change within your organization in a powerful way. And since I'm limited on time, I'll go quick on this. And then the N for DNA of influential leadership, and there's plenty more. I got a whole half-day workshop on this. But there's plenty more. But with the N, we're talking about nobility. And here's a quote. True nobility is exempt from fear. True nobility is exempt from fear. And when we talk about fear, false evidence appearing real. So when you see these boogeymen, you see all these different things that's going on in your business, you need to remove that fear and replace it with faith. And the acronym for faith is for all I trust him. Now, wait a minute now. Whatever that trust is and that whatever faith you have faith in, mine is the grand overall designer, which is God. But whatever your faith goes in, you let it be that. But remove that fear. It's nobility you need to have. See, when we look at Bill Gates, he said, as we look ahead into the next century, leaders will be judged by those that they empower. So when you're a noble leader, you'll empower those around you. You'll begin to see their potential. You'll see the successes. You'll share knowledge and wisdom. And also you'll have that belief in them to see them reach their highest potential. And let me go ahead to the last one, because I know I'm limited on time, but the A is the most critically important one of all. What did I say to M? No, I'm gonna make sure you guys are with me. What did I say to D was? Take your phones off mute. Take it off mute. Let's go now.
Discipline.
Discipline. Give yourself a command and follow it through. What did I say to N was?
Nobility. Yeah.
Those around you. And then the last one is the most significant one. You can't forget this one, because as soon as you look in the mirror, you see it. Authenticity. If you want to be an influential leader for those around you, you want to be an influential leader for your business, see your business grow exponentially, you need to be authentic. Because guess what? When you're authentic, there's no competition.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love it. I'm so excited, and I hope everyone who has joined this conference got a lot out of it. We'll be back tomorrow for a second dose of this stuff. I'm telling you, you can't get this kind of information anywhere for these guys to come out and really share their knowledge with you and to help you guys really uplift your business. So I want to thank you for joining the Veterans BizUp Conference. I hope to see you tomorrow, and everybody have a great afternoon. And again, if you attended and I have your email address, I will send you a link for today's link so that you can get the resource directory and the presenter handouts for those who presented it. Thank you so very much, everyone.